This is KGUA in Wallala, 88.3 FM. It is Friday, October the 18th. I'm Leigh Anne Lindsey, and you are listening to KGUA in Wallala, 88.3 FM. We are a completely independent public radio station on the Mendocino and Sonoma coast of Northern California, and we stream around the world at kgua.org. And we are live on YouTube today because today is a very special annual event that is going to go from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. And it's called the Ocean Life Symposium. That was started by the Mendonoma Whale and Seal Study, and I've been helping to produce it for the last 5 years of the event, ever since the start of the pandemic, when we had to go to a remote radio and YouTube audience. And we're continuing that on because we are able to reach so many people with these presentations by scientists and all of these other guests that we have. So first of all, I'd like to introduce my co-producers and co-hosts of the Ocean Life Symposium, the founders of this event, and that's Scott, and who's with us on the Zoom link here and on YouTube, as well as Tree Mercer from Mendonoma Whale and Seal Study. Hello to you both.
Good morning, Leanne. Good morning to our first guest and to all the people listening and watching, I hope, on YouTube.
And good morning, Scott. Oh, your audio needs to be turned on.
Okay.
So that's always something that we've been learning here with Zoom, isn't it? And good morning. We want to say hello to Josh McINNES, who's with us as well. Josh, good morning. And I'm going to give a little bit of an overview about you too. I just wanted to welcome you.
Thank you very much. I'm glad to be here.
All right. Well, Josh is a marine biologist specializing in the ecology of marine mammals, and he has spent over a decade studying the ecology of killer whales. Josh's work started in British Columbia, where he focused on the transient or Bigg's killer whale hunting ecotype. He also collaborated with researchers studying killer whales in Australia, South Africa, Washington, Alaska, and California. And Josh obtained a BS in marine biology at the University of Victoria, British Columbia, and taught ocean sciences at the Bamfield Marine Sciences Life Studies in Monterey Bay, California, where he is the research, again, coordinator, and where he focuses on studying toothed cetaceans. And he is at the Marine Mammal Research Unit at British Columbia, the University of British Columbia. He's the ecology, behavior, and habitat use of transient killer whales in the California current. Boy, Josh, that's quite the title. Welcome to the Ocean Life Symposium. Thank you for joining us today. And Scott, I think you're with us too here now. I still can't hear his audio, but why don't you try again, Tree? In the meantime, Josh, why don't we just find out what you're going to be presenting today while they get settled?
Yeah, so today I'm going to present some actually exciting new work that we've been focusing on. It's a big, large-scale study of transient killer whales, basically between southern British Columbia and southern California. So it shows the distribution of what we believe to be at least 2 populations, probably 3 populations. We conducted it's been about a 5-year study through the UBC's Marine Mammal Research Unit. We've kind of put together this pretty amazing database of transient killer whales throughout that area.
All right. Well, we are going to give you the platform, and I don't know, is Scott's audio on now?
I think it is, yes.
I just want to make Scott, you're with us. Are you there?
Yeah, yes, I want to be sure to congratulate Josh on the PhD.
Absolutely.
That's fantastic.
So
thank you very much.
We need to be calling you Dr. Josh.
Dr. Josh.
Josh is just terrific.
Congratulations, Josh.
All right. Well, we're going to let our audience know that we're going to be taking a back seat here now. We're going to allow Josh to now do his presentation, and we'll be back after he is finished. Take it away, Josh.
Share screen.
Oh, you can share screen. Is it? I believe all audiences have ability to do that.
Yeah, I think I'm good here. Okay. Let's see, you got to get this. There we go. Okay. So I'll start off with saying thank you very much, the Mendocino, for letting me come and do a presentation today on some pretty exciting research on transient killer whales. So this presentation today is called The Ecology, Behavior, and Habitat Use of Transient Killer Whales in the California Current System. My research, I'm a research scientist with the University of British Columbia, as well as the Marine Mammal Research Unit, which is within the Institute for Oceans and Fisheries. For some reason, it's not letting me change. Oh, there we go. Okay. All right. So first off, I just kind of want to go over what the population status of transient killer whales looks like throughout the North Pacific. So transient killer whales are mammal hunting specialists. They're one of three ecotypes. So you have the resident killer whales, which eat fish. You have transient killer whales, which eat marine mammals, and you have a third ecotype, which we call the offshores, which appear to be primarily fish specialists as well, but they kind of feed higher up on the trophic level. But transient killer whales are found throughout the North Pacific, from as far south as Southern California to as far north as the Bering Sea up to the Chukchi Sea, but also as far west along the Aleutian Islands over to the Russian far east coast of Kamchatka Peninsula, and even into the waters of Japan. But within this range, this distribution, we have a number of populations, one in stocks. So the difference being is the population is a genetically distinct group of the whales that socialize with each other, intermingle, and share a particular habitat. And where we have stocks in the US, where you have animals that are managed as a particular group based on a number of features. So, for instance, this one stock we have here is called the Gulf of Alaska. We also know them as the Gulf of Alaska, Aleutian Islands, Bering Sea stock. They're found throughout the Aleutian Islands up into the Bering Sea, around Kodiak Islands into Prince William Sound, and then even as far south as northern British Columbia. And their population from a recent assessment from NOAA, based on photo identification, is roughly around 500 animals. We also have another population called the AT1s, which is this little blue dot up here in Prince William Sound in the Kenya Fjords. Their population currently is depleted, and there's only around 7 animals that have been identified as of 2020. And that population, when first identified, was in 1984 during field studies by Stephen Leatherwood, where they were looking at killer whale populations throughout Southeast Alaska and Southern Alaska. And there was 22 animals initially identified. But then during the Exxon Valdez oil spill in the late 1980s, that decreased to 12 animals and now subsequently 7 animals. But the best known stock or population is the West Coast transients. And this purple area here is the distribution of West Coast transients. So you can see throughout Southeast Alaska, all the way down to northern British Columbia, around Haida, Hawaii, BC, all the way down to Vancouver Island and Puget Sound, Washington, and then also all the way down to Southern California is the stock or population. But we also have what we believe to be an outer coast group. And this group has been recognized for a couple of decades now, but it's based on rare sightings of transients in offshore waters or further from shore, sometimes up into the Salish Sea. They kind of make appearances and then disappear. And a lot of the research that's been done over the years has kind of been back and forth about where this group really belongs, or if the West Coast population includes all whales from British Columbia to Southern California, or is it just whales from Washington, British Columbia, and really where do the animals off of Washington, Oregon, and California fit in? So my research today is kind of going to talk about what these two populations, where the West Coast transient killer whale population really fits in. I spent the last 5 years kind of really diving into the data, trying to discern if they're one population or separate. And yeah, so let's get going. So first, though, most research, as you can see here, this red circle has been conducted in Haida, Hawaii, BC, British Columbia, in Washington State, very much in coastal waters. And that's pretty much the majority of the studies that have been produced since the 1970s. But there's been a bit of an interesting gray area, which is right here. You can see there's been few studies in this large distribution from southern British Columbia down to southern California. There's a big gap in our understanding of the habitat use and where these animals go and where really do they fit in. So first off, West Coast transient killer whales are actually a part of the transient population, as I mentioned. They're a subspecies, Orcinus orca rectopinus. They're apex predators that feed in coastal and offshore ecosystems. So they're found both in coastal waters and in deeper off waters along the continental shelf and further from shore. They're very important to ecosystems. They provide top-down control and food webs. Their prey includes pinnipeds, cetaceans, seabirds, and squids. So pinnipeds being seals and sea lions, cetaceans being dolphins, porpoises, and large whales. But they're also known to take seabirds and squid as well. Oh, just go back one. The West Coast population, though, initially, so the reason for this research, were designated special concern in 1999 by the Canadian government, Department of Fisheries and Oceans in COSWIC, which is the Committee on the Endangered Species and Wildlife in 1999. And then in 2001, they were reassessed as threatened. But they weren't legally listed until 2003 under SARA, which is the Species at Risk Act in Canada. And in the U.S., under the Marine Mammal Protection Act, they were listed as non-threatened and not depleted. So that's kind of the government policy. But because in Canada that they've been recognized as threatened, how plans set out. So the Department of Fisheries and Oceans Canada that manages marine mammals, they set out to create a recovery plan in 2007. And in that recovery plan, they highlighted that there was a lack of information on transient killer whales, particularly in south of Washington, and that any individuals part of California or Oregon should not be part of this West Coast population until more information was found. And similarly, though, NOAA came along as National Marine Fisheries Service and also said they recognize it continually as one stock or one population throughout southern BC or throughout Southeast Alaska to Southern California, but more information was needed to really kind of address this. So my overview for my research really was to better understand the population, social structure, and ecological role of transient killer whales in the California current system. We use social and geospatial analyses of photo-identified whales from southern BC to southern California. We looked at habitat use patterns to inform management and conservation policies. This was a major part of this research. And also looking at the behavioral ecology and habitat use in whales that were primarily seen in open ocean environments where there was very little effort. So the California current system, really, what is this? Well, it's a transboundary current that goes between Canada and the US. So southern British Columbia is kind of the northern region. And then it flows south as part of this North Pacific gyre, which is a system of currents. So it connects in the northern region via the Alaska current. So you can kind of see here, this is the range of the California current. So further outside this map would actually be kind of other currents, part of this North Pacific gyre. They go out to the central Pacific, and it's just kind of this big gyre of movement of water. But for the purposes of this research, we kind of looked at this area here off southern BC, off southern Vancouver Island, as this current flows south. But the California current really is actually a system of currents. It's a mixture. So you have a main California current, which you can see here, that flows south. It's a cold water current that transports nutrient-rich water. It's primarily a surface current, a system of surface currents that extend to approximately 500-meter depth, but up to 1,000 kilometers offshore. You also have a cool coastal jet, though, that kind of flows south as well, but along the continental shelf break and north. It flows north along the continental shelf break and along the slope. But during the winter time, we also have a Davidson current, which is a warm water current that flows north. That's warm. This is primarily in the fall and winter. And this system of currents here really provides a lot of the nutrients and is part of this upwelling events that happen off the coast of California up to southern BC that makes this region such a rich and productive area. So how this study was conducted, basically what we looked at, the data collection and analysis. Well, one, field research was conducted. So we looked at data collected from NOAA research ship surveys. We looked at small vessel surveys. We looked at opportunistic sightings. And then our analysis involved looking at the population structure through photo identification of individual whales, social network analysis, which I'll go into these. And then we also looked at a geospatial analysis, and we chose three primary parameters to really kind of distinguish how different groups of transient killer whales or individuals use particular environments. And this was looking at pretty much the distance to shore, which was in kilometers, distance to the continental shelf break, which I'll explain again in a second where that shelf break is, and then also water depth. So here's kind of what the effort looks like. So where surveys were conducted. And the continental shelf break is this black line here. It's kind of hard to see here. I apologize, but it kind of runs along the shore. The continental shelf break is typically the 200-meter isobath where the continental shelf dips to the slope and then goes into the open ocean. And that's kind of this light blue coloration is this continental shelf. And the break really is interesting because the continental shelf narrows as you head south from southern British Columbia to southern California, and can range from anywhere around 50 kilometers off the coast of Vancouver Island to approximately within 12 kilometers, even to within a kilometer off the central coast of California and southern California. But you can see these red lines. These are transects. So these are dedicated surveys where research ships follow a particular route along these surveys, counting different marine mammals, identifying them. And this effort then is used to look at stock abundances of different species. And then also you can see in the green here, this green area is small vessel surveys. So we worked with our research group off of Southern Vancouver Island at the UBC, also the Macaw Fisheries Management Unit, to really kind of try to fill in the gaps of this outer coast area of Washington, which is not surveyed regularly. So the social network analysis. So how this was conducted. One, we looked at individual whales. So you can see here, this is a transient killer whale. She has unique scars and markings. And you can see we also can identify them by their eye patches or the postocular patch. And each animal is unique. And this research was spearheaded by Michael Bigg and Ken Balcom in the 1970s. And you can see here where the notches on the fin are kind of a distinctive feature that stay with that animal for its life. It can change slightly, or an animal can acquire new markings, but primarily we catalog these whales and we're able to compare them to the different databases to kind of come up with population estimates or minimum counts of individuals. The next step, though, is to run this data. So each group of whales that we encounter are associating with each other for some reason. They're there, they're socializing. Each animal is socializing with every other animal. So within a population, you have, say, whale A associating with whale B. And if whale B is associating with whale C, whale A is associating with whale C based on the association through whale B. I apologize, it's a bit confusing, but all three animals are known to associate. So we used the half-weight index. We ran this through a program called SOCPROG, which was developed by Hale Whitehead at Dalhousie University for social network analyses, looking at the social behavior of animals, where X here is identified as the number of transient killer whale groups. Y of A is the number of transient killer whale groups where whale A was identified but not whale B. And Y of B is the number of transient groups where whale B was identified but not whale A. And through this, you get an index that can range anywhere between 0, where there's no association between individuals, to 1, where there's always association. So that could be, say, a mother and offspring. And this ranges, but it can fluctuate in a decimal point. It could be 0, 0.5, 0.6, 0.65. And it really kind of tells us a little bit about what the social structure looks like. So after running this, we kind of found this. This is kind of a quick snapshot of the raw data, looking at associations of over 500 different individuals. And this is kind of what this pattern for the West Coast population kind of looks like. So results from this, we found that transient killers were encountered 5,456 times from 2005 to 2021. Of this, 2,232 had geospatial locations, so latitudes and longitudes, and had photographs to identify all individuals present in the group. The rest of that data was then discarded and not used at least in the social network analysis. And from this, you can see the effort here. This is the effort based on the surveys where over 49,000 kilometers of effort from NOAA research ship surveys were conducted, up to 556 kilometers from the coast. Over 2,000 kilometers of survey were conducted from small vessel work. You can kind of see the highlighted there. So this is relative effort based on a lot of the research that we were conducting. So results from photo identification, what did we find? A total of 159,844 photographs were analyzed. We identified 13,152 individual identifications of different whales. But from that, a total of 556 different whales were identified, comprising 117 matrilineal groups, which are a mother and her offspring, 46 roving males, 19 single or post-reproductive females. And this is kind of what we found. This is the social network from the West Coast population of individuals, in each individual being had to be seen greater than 3 times. And you can see here the yellow being what we believe to be this inner coast subpopulation that primarily occurs in coastal waters. And then we also have an outer coast in red here, which primarily occur further offshore. And there is a connection between them. So there is some socialization, which matches some of the studies that have shown genetics that are very similar throughout California, Oregon, British Columbia, Washington, Southeast Alaska, where killer whales share this kind of genetic haplotype that's very similar. But when you look at this spatially, this kind of where we found the real interesting thing. Now we've got these 2 subpopulations of West Coast transients, but through the geospatial analyses, which were based on 11,000 individual identifications of inner coast animals and 2,152 outer coast identifications, we found a really interesting pattern. One being, you can see here, this is that map again, but showing kind of the raw data where animals are seen. The yellow being this inner coast group, and you can see all throughout the Salish Sea, throughout the west coast of Vancouver Island, but you see that black line better. This is that continental shelf break, that 200-meter isobath. And you can see the red being the outer coast group. And what's really interesting, you got to think about this, is that the 3 parameters, as I mentioned initially, being distance from shore, distance from the continental shelf break, and water depth, were the 3 things that we looked at comparisons between individual whales between these 2 subpopulations. And what's interesting is it might seem that there's a north-south differences. So more animals, the inner coast being seen in the Salish Sea, and more outer coast being seen down in Southern California, or Central California down to Southern California. But the real kind of factor here is what we found was the continental shelf break was the primary reason why we see a bit of a difference in where animals are being seen. So, for instance, this is a histogram here showing inner coast transient killer whales. Now, I'll walk you through this. So, on the x-axis, you have the 0 mark right here. And the 0 mark is that they're right on this black line, on this continental shelf. The negative numbers mean that they're inland or either in coastal waters inland. So you can see here, like up to almost 250 kilometers, 300 kilometers. That's really far in here from the shelf break, the distance. Our geospatial analysis showed distance-wise, we're really far in here. And then anything positive, though, this way, would be seaward of the continental shelf, so further offshore. And as you can see for the inner coast, a lot of the sightings were within coastal waters here. Now, 2 things to take from this. One, that effort is a big issue, being that there's a lot of effort in the Salish Sea, a lot of whale watching, a lot of people that run sighting networks. But the one thing what we did is that we actually took out all the sightings for this area. And similarly, down here in Monterey, you can see Monterey, central coast of California, there's a lot there too as well. So we actually took out all the sightings for here. And what we did was we then compared both again, but just for the outer continental shelf. And the average distance from shore for the inner coast was actually 2.4 kilometers. And the average for the outer coast was around 9 kilometers from the continental shelf. So here's in red, you can kind of see this is similar. It's an overlap. The red being right, there's the 0 mark being right on the continental shelf, seaward. The furthest offshore that we sighted or encountered outer coast animals was 121 kilometers. The furthest for inner coast was 50 kilometers offshore. So they were very statistically significantly different. And this kind of really helped with our social network analysis, where we saw this dichotomy in two subpopulations that primarily associated with each other, but occasionally met up. So that's kind of what this map shows and this graph. But they also behaviorally and ecologically differed based on where their habitats were. So, for instance, the intercoast population were primarily close to shore, so they foraged close to the shore. And you can see here's an animal, we know it's T11A. He's hunting near a harbor seal haul out near Protection Island. They typically follow contours of shorelines into bays through narrow inlets, and where they feed on pinnipeds. So with the majority of predation events being on harbor seals. So for both subpopulations, we recorded 204 different predation events. In intercoast animals, 64% of the diet, or 64% of the predation events were on harbor seals, which were followed by harbor porpoise, stellar sea lion, and so on. And this foraging behavior was really kind of first defined by Robin Baird and Larry Dill in the 1980s and 1990s, which was published in 1995, and talks about how these animals really kind of search for prey by using coastal areas close to shore. But the big problem we had was there was no real definition of the outer coast transient killer whale population. So how did they forage? How did they hunt? That was kind of the big question. So if we wanted to make comparisons between how intercoast animals hunt and how outer coast animals hunt, we really needed to come with a baseline. So myself working with Larry Dill, who was actually a co-author and supervisor for Robin Baird in the 90s, him and I teamed up with others, and we developed a foraging behavior study for the outer coast population. And kind of what we found was that these animals forage through these rare observations along the coast. They feed primarily along the shelf break, following the contours of canyons, and they feed on pelagic pinnipeds and small cetaceans. But the real question was we needed more information than just rare observations. So for that, we ended up going to a submarine canyon system off the central coast of California to study a group of these outer coast transients that were seen off of Monterey. And Monterey Bay, California was the perfect area just because it was primarily accessible to us for getting out there to actually observe animals in an offshore kind of open ocean environment. And a lot of the animals, outer coast animals that were seen in other canyon systems along the Pacific coast were animals that were also seen in Monterey. So this kind of enabled us to use this area as kind of a metric. So our team went down in the mid 2000s, and we ended up starting to catalog different individual whales. As you can see here, here's the Monterey Bay submarine canyon system. It's the largest submarine canyon on the U.S. West Coast. There's a big canyon that bisects the middle of the bay. It's actually a system of canyons. So you have the major Monterey Canyon, but you also have the Soquel, the Carmel Canyon. And this was an area where we were able to access and look at individuals. So we conducted what are called focal follows. So a focal follow is where you follow a group of animals for greater than 10 to 15 minutes, collecting information on photo identification of individuals, association patterns, diving, synchronization of movements, how they feed. And we're usually within 50 meters of animals. And typically we'd move our vessel in closer when a group of animals were making a predation event so we can identify the prey. Here's our effort for Monterey Bay from 2006 to 2018. And you can see here's the track of our vessel. And this was usually within 50 meters of whales. And from that, we were able to also collect a lot of information. So that was 100 focal follows, 161 sightings from whale watchers. And this turned out to be 323 occurrences. So another goal from the study was to try to look at the seasonal patterns or occurrence of transient killer whales. Here's actually a colleague of mine trying to document a killer whale feeding on a California sea lion, and she was bringing up some tissue. And you can see here's all the sightings for transients in the area between that study. But from that, because we were doing these focal follows within 50 meters, we were able to kind of every 5 minutes we took a GPS recording, and we were able to kind of track the movements of whales. And through these 100 different focal follows, we kind of were able to develop um, definitions for different behaviors that were very similar as we looked at this in the spatial analysis. One being traveling behavior was very kind of straightforward. They were moving between areas of foraging. Feeding was very stationary. This was actually a feeding event on a gray whale calf. It was very much like in one area, there wasn't much movement. But then you can see open water foraging, which was very zigzagging. The animals were kind of out in the open, just kind of moving. But the most interesting result from the study was that transient killer whales actually use the outer coast transient group actually use a very unique foraging behavior we call shelf break or canyon foraging. And you can see this animal here, this group here, they kind of follow the contours right along the shelf break, and then they kind of cross over to the other side of canyons to kind of search the edge. And these edges of deep sea canyons actually are areas of upwelling and downwelling where nutrient-rich water gets pushed to the surface, or also brought down into the bottom and transported offshore. And in that area, typically California sea lions, elephant seals forage, and we were able to look at differences in water depth where prey were primarily being hunted. And kind of here's the different prey species. You can see here California sea lion, which was the dominant prey. Actually, you can see in this red diamond, was a lot along the shelf break and just over the slope of the canyon. But you also had northern elephant seals, which were much deeper. So you can see these yellow little triangles here, or diamonds right here, were right over the slope. And gray whale calves down here are another obvious one in the stars. They were kind of spread out, but also in deeper water. So from this, all these sightings, these occurrences. So as I mentioned, we looked at occurrences. So a sighting was any period that a killer whale was reported. But because a group of killer whales could be seen multiple days in a row, we wanted to try to deal with effort bias by looking at maybe how do we define the presence/absence of a group of transient killer whales. To do that, if an animal was seen 5 days in a row, but then wasn't seen the sixth day, that 5 days was one sighting or one occurrence of that group, of that animal or that group of whales. And then if it was not seen the sixth day, the next day after that, and was resighted the next day after that, so the seventh day, that would then be a new occurrence. So we were looking at when the killer whales were present in the bay and at what time of the year. And I'll kind of walk you through this graph here, multiple graphs. You can see the number of occurrences here. And you can see through the winter, there isn't as many whales sighted. But then in the spring, particularly around April, May, and June, we had a spike in sightings. And similar, a big dip again, July, August, but then another smaller peak in September, October. And what we looked at too was what prey might be available based on and what their life cycles were. So 3 dominant prey that were observed mostly were gray whale calves, California sea lions, and northern elephant seals. California sea lions being the #1 prey species, making up 49% of the diet. Gray whale calves being around 20%, and elephant seals around 7 to 9%. And their life cycles are quite interesting. So during the spring, gray whale calves are primarily moving north with their mothers as they head up the coast from Mexico into California up to either Oregon, Washington, British Columbia, Alaska, into the Bering Sea, depending on what's population. California sea lions, though, also show different movements, especially in the fall. There's a movement of males north from the Channel Islands of Southern California up into the waters of the Salish Sea, as well as off of Washington and Oregon. And then elephant seals have a really complex period where you get females coming into molt in the spring, but you also have a period in the fall where there's what we believe to be young weaners and juveniles that are also coming up to molt. And in the winter, though, you have a period where there is adult males, and it's the breeding period off California for elephant seals. To kind of look at this more, though, we took our data and we also compared it to our colleagues' data on gray whale calf abundance seen throughout 2006 to 2021. And what you can see here is that there's a peak in the number of identified transients throughout those years. particularly in April, May, and June. And you can see here, gray whale calves also peak at that period. And why you don't see gray whale calves past here is because at this point in June and July, gray whale calves are further north of California, and those census work on gray whales are completed. So at this period, there's definitely at least a correlation between these two species. Predation involved hunts on California sea lions, Pacific white-sided dolphins. These are just some photographs. A minke whale here, and you can see an elephant seal juvenile here as well. So lots of different prey. So from this, we were able to compare at least the differences in prey that were observed for both. The inner coast group was really primarily harbor seals, like I said, over 64%. Similar to like harbor porpoise, so very coastal species, Stellar sea lion. Where the outer coast group are much more focused on prey that were more pelagic, more open. So California sea lions, which are known to feed further from shore, especially along the shelf break. Gray whale calves, though, are kind of an oddball. They're actually a coastal species, but because of this particular adaptation to hunting gray whale calves, as they cross into deep water from shallow water off Monterey Bay, that seems to be a unique situation off of at least Central California. But then throughout the other area, we saw elephant seals and some other dolphin species as well, like common dolphin, things like that. So habitat use. So we decided to try to model this behavior, model this habitat for both. So 90% of intercoast transient killer whales occurred within 5.56 kilometers from shore. And less than 3% were seen further than 10 kilometers from shore. And that includes with the NOAA, extensive NOAA surveys that were offshore. Similar outer coast transients, 90% of all outer coast transients occurred within 20 kilometers of either side of the continental shelf break. And as you can see here, as we modeled this habitat, this is kind of what it looks like. You have the inner coast group here in yellow, again, really kind of close to the shore. This is kind of their habitat. And then you have the outer coast group along the continental shelf break here. And on both sides, 20 kilometers. What was really interesting is this overlap. You can see this yellow and red hash line. This here is where a lot of the sightings of outer coast and inner coast, and there wasn't many. We had about 16 or 17 actual encounters where both groups were sighted, and it was primarily when both habitats converged. So, for instance, a lot of sightings happened right in the Strait of Juan de Fuca. And there's a big canyon, the Juan de Fuca Canyon, that kind of comes right in. And this is kind of where we see a lot of the outer coast entering. They typically do not go into further into the Salish Sea, but primarily just in this Juan de Fuca area. And then similar down here off of the southern Oregon coast into California, with the furthest sighting of at least the inner coast group of transients being as far south as Monterey. The outer coast group kind of then takes over as the shelf break really extends close to shore. And this is primarily because the habitat differs. When you look at where harbor seals like to haul out, these very convoluted areas where there's lots of haul out sites, that kind of decreases and disappears as you head south here. Where the outer coast transients similarly don't go into here because they rely really on this open water habitat. From the social network analysis, though, what the most exciting thing we found was evidence potentially for a third population that we believe to be an oceanic group of transient killer whales that occurs further from shore, up to what we believe to be 300-400 kilometers. These animals all had, similar morphologies to transients, so very pointed dorsal fins, solid saddle patches, but some of them had also very thin saddle patches. And they were all seen really far off. So this is, once again, here's the shelf break here in this hash line, the shelf break and slope. But most of these animals were occurring much further from shore than anywhere else. And none of them could be linked in association to either the inner coast or outer coast. And they formed their own cluster. You can see here a very narrow saddle patch. And what's really interesting is this. These markings, these elliptical or crescent-shaped markings, are what we believe to be caused by a cookie cutter shark, which is a mesopelagic deep water species, or it's a parasitic shark species that will actually go up to large vertebrates, tuna, other sharks, whales. and they take off these nasty bite wounds. And they have these razor sharp teeth. They'll go up and rasp a hole. But they're only found, what's really interesting is that these sharks are only really found in deep pelagic offshore waters, kind of providing some evidence that at least these transients are making some open ocean movements. So in conclusion, this analysis really shows that the West Coast transient killer whale population forms at least two distinct groups that are socially as well as spatially distinct in the California current system. Both populations show distinctive differences in behavioral ecology that is adapted to specific habitats, as well as the study highlights a potential third population that frequents oceanic waters beyond the continental shelf. And finally, this provides a foundation for further studies, as well as more data that can be used for stock assessments. And I'm happy to say right now that this has been submitted for publication, and we're excited to hopefully have this come out very soon. Acknowledgements. There's a lot of people that were involved in this research, including my supervisory committee, Dr. Andrew Treitz, Lawrence Dill, and Dr. Marie Aujou-Mate. We had a lot of support from NOAA, a number of researchers from NOAA, as well as the Oregon State University, who we continue to work with, as well as Pacific Wildlife Foundation and other research support like Access, which is a great group of researchers that are working off the central coast of California, and a number of whale watchers. So with that, I'd like to thank everyone, and I appreciate you having me on this call.
Josh, that was quite the presentation, quite the number of people that have collaborated with you on this research, this study. Thank you for all of that information. Again, I'm Leigh Anne Lindsey, host today of the 6th Annual Ocean Life Symposium. This is KGUA in Molalla, 88.3 FM. We are streaming around the world at kgua.org. Just click listen live at the top of the page, and we're also live on YouTube. So just go to KGUA's YouTube channel and you'll see the live show ongoing, and you can watch later and catch up on this great information. And with us as well, whale experts and seal experts from the Mendonoma Whale and Seal Study, Scott and Tree Mercer, who founded this symposium and have been doing so much great work along the Mendocino-Sonoma coast as well as the East Coast. So I'm going to invite both of you to come in and talk with Josh a little bit about his presentation.
Yeah, it was wonderful, Josh. And an orca expert, I am not. We've seen a handful off the Point Arena Peninsula out here, and I spent over 20 years on the East Coast in the Gulf of Maine, up to 165 days a year. Never saw an orca. And a man who was writing a book on orcas kept coming out on my boat asking me questions. And he actually won an award for the book, but I said, I can't help you. We just don't see them. And he caught on after about 8 trips with me, and he kept coming out hoping to see an orca. He wrote Orcas of the Gulf, if you ever run across that book. It's a great book, but he didn't have any firsthand sightings. Well, one thing I've been wondering, and we hear a lot of wild estimates of percentages of gray whale calves that orcas take. I've heard everywhere from 30 to as many as 80%. Do you have any idea? I'm not going to pin you down just because we hear such wild numbers. I'm wondering.
Yeah, so from our analysis, 20% of the observations were gray whale calves, and likely it's a lot higher depending on the population. So what's really interesting is that the outer coast group are kind of, at least part of the year, and spatially in Monterey, it's kind of where they hunt gray whale calves. And then there's another population, at least in the Gulf of Alaska, up and towards the Aleutian Islands, that also hunt gray whale calves that are different from the ones in Monterey. So it likely is anywhere between 20 to 30. I can see 20 to 30% being a good estimate, but that's really hard to say. We're also kind of diving into, I'm collaborating with Oregon State University, and we're working on a paper now. And what we found is the intercoast grouping, which, most people see in the Salish Sea, Puget Sound, as I mentioned, hunt harbor seals. But in Oregon waters, we've had a number of successful predations by them on gray whale calves off Oregon. So that's a bit of an eye opener, because a lot of these animals really don't focus on gray whales or have ever been seen hunting gray whales. So that was kind of a big one, and we're drafting a manuscript for that right now. And that was so. It all depends. I think if you were to take all the observed predation events that have been recorded, plus all the strandings of gray whales that are presumed to have been killed by killer whales, and then you came up with an estimate that way, that I think would be potentially around 20 to 30%.
Okay, thanks. That's a more realistic estimate than I've heard. When we do see orcas off of Point Arena Peninsula, it's another question I wanted to ask you is it's always, I think almost not every time, but almost every time when we have orcas come through, they come through like NASCAR, a lot of splashing and this and that. And usually gray whales are northbound, most of the sightings we've had. And they don't react at all that we can tell unless their blood pressure goes up. But there's just no reaction at all. And I'm wondering if that's normal, or how do they know? Is there certain calls that the orcas make that would make them more nervous or want to speed up, or anything you can add to that?
Yeah, honestly, it could depend on the population of transients. I think we also are colleagues in Oregon. When our data on transients we shared with our colleagues at Oregon State University also focus on gray whales. And when they're off the Oregon coast, they even found that the gray whales don't seem to show any sort of reaction to transients. And it could be that some of the transient killer whales that are present aren't really specializing in hunting gray whales. There's harbor seals available. It also could be that that where the gray whales are situated. So if they're really close to the shore, they may feel more confident that they're not going to get attacked because they kind of got the upper hand of being in shallow water, where transients, it's much more dangerous for them to hunt. I think it all depends on the state of the animal too as well. So in Monterey, the gray whales don't, or when they cross that canyon, they're sitting ducks. It's very deep water, and those outer coast transients really know how to hunt in there. But along the coast, we've seen transients abandon hunts because it becomes too close. But we did have a really cool sighting off in Northern California, off Eureka, actually, of a group of intercoast animals with one outer coast animal, which was really, really odd. And they actually successfully, they killed the animal but didn't feed on it, and the gray whale actually washed ashore, and that was last year. That was a very interesting sighting.
Now, Josh, why would they not feed upon it after going through expending the energy and was that a practice session for maybe the young ones in the group?
Yeah, so for that particular situation, I think it was more of I forgot to mention, it was more of a situational instance where the animal actually kind of went towards shore. It basically swam really quick towards the shore and died. And basically, killer whales was too dangerous for them to try to get it. But I did have a really cool encounter that was sent to me from NOAA off the outer coast of Washington, where it was a drone footage of these killer whales. Actually, the gray whale carcass, they had killed it, and the carcass was actually drifting inshore, and the killer whales were going up and grabbing the flukes and humping their flukes, and basically trying to push the carcass further offshore to feed on it. So that was really interesting, an interesting behavior that was kind of new to us, that we've never seen before. So it's very variable.
That's clever of them for sure, and I know how well skilled they are at that. Josh, I had a question about the newer population, the oceanic. Will there eventually be genetic analysis to you mentioned the saddle patches, and I know that is a genetic trait. So will genetics help you to understand the population even better?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So that's kind of a goal. I'm actually 2 days away from flying to California. I'm going on a NOAA ship for 20 days off the central coast of California. We're hopefully trying to look for these animals. I get a pretty regular reports from them right now. NOAA's Southwest Fisheries is actually on a survey, and that's something we talked about, is getting more biopsy samples to do genetics. Right now, there's been about 6 sightings on the cruises that have been happening. Most of them have been all outer coast transients that we know who they are. But these oceanic animals, they do occur at least once every survey, and unfortunately, until recently, when we started our catalog work, it wasn't really of interest that much to know what to really try to get that data. But now we kind of came up with this, like, this is an interesting group of animals. And Phil Moran, who's a lead geneticist, is very interested in trying to piece together if these are a separate population as well. So that's kind of the goal now, is to try to get the genetics, because you're likely right. There's most likely a different type of genetics or a different haplotype or something going on with some of these animals.
Yeah, I would think so. That's really fascinating. I mean, this is just very exciting news. Thank you for that.
I'm curious too, as you brought up a couple of terms I'd like you to talk to a little bit more, and that's both social and geospatial.
So social being the association pattern. So if we were all out for coffee, we'd be socializing. So that's kind of one of the terms that we use in social analyses, that we're analyzing who's hanging out with who, the strength of that relationship. So if, for instance, if Scott, you were hanging out with our host Leigh, and you guys over and over and over and over and over again, that'd be a strong association. Where Scott, you and I have never hung out. There's very little association there. I live in British Columbia, you live in California. There's not that much association. We might be part of two different populations. I'm part of a Canadian population, you're part of an American population. But that doesn't mean that they're genetically distinct populations. What we're kind of going with is that they're likely subpopulations. So a genetically distinct population being that they never associate, they're genetically distinct, they're either separated somehow from, say, the Atlantic from the Pacific. But a subpopulation is usually a term given to animals that show differences in habitat and behavior. So they either don't spend a lot of time together and they're in different habitats. That can kind of be a subpopulation or a demographically distinct population. Now, geospatial analyses, a geospatial just means location or habitat. So what we're really looking at is where animals are spending their time and why they're spending their time in that area. So for instance, are they spending their time off the continental shelf break because that habitat is really unique? It's got a lot of upwelling. It's same with the coastal areas where there's a lot of harbor seal, a lot of habitat complexity, there's a lot of haul out sites. That would be kind of the analysis we would run, would be that geospatial analysis. We're looking at why those animals are in that area based on the water depth or the distance from the shore or whatnot.
Thank you for that clarification. And if you're just tuning in, you're listening to the voice of Dr. Josh McINNES. He's with the Marine Mammal Research Unit at the University of British Columbia. He is also a research coordinator at Maine Life Studies in Monterey Bay, California. And that's where he focuses on studying toothed cetaceans. So I wanted to ask you about that. And then I want to get back to Scott and Tree Mercer, the Mendonoma whale and seal study, who helped found the 6th annual Ocean Life Symposium. Actually, this is the 6th version of that symposium that they founded. But what is that toothed cetaceans? What focus do you have on that?
So I'm other than killer whales, I'm really interested in Rizzo's dolphins, which are another species of dolphin off the central coast of California. I think they're fascinating. I am very fascinated by beak whales, sperm whales. So understanding similar things like the social behavior, the foraging, is also very important for a lot of these other species. And Rizzo's dolphins are kind of my other species I would like to spend more time studying. Hopefully I will soon, especially because killer whales it's taken up a big chunk of my life. I'd like to definitely dedicate some time to these other species. So that's kind of where I look at toothed cetaceans being a species of dolphin or whale that have teeth and not baleen like the blue whales or humpbacks.
Thank you. And Scott and Tree, want to have you comment here, but I do want to first let our listeners know also, coming up, we have on this mini hour of this symposium, we got several more hours to go, but just coming up next is Howie Garrett, and he's the president of the board of directors for the Orca Network up in Washington State. And then after that, we're going to make our way down the coast, and we'll be talking with Richard Charter, who's a senior fellow of the Ocean Foundation. He's works out of Washington, D.C., but he lives in Bodega Bay down here on the Sonoma coast. And then we have Michael Stocker in Marin at the Ocean Conservation Research. And then in Minneapolis, we've got young Ian Bashir of the Ian Foundation. So that's coming up on the Ocean Life Symposium. And this is KGUA in Wallala 88.3 FM. And now back to you, Scott Entry Mercer of the Mendonoma Whale and Seal Study.
Yeah, Josh, excuse me. I should have mentioned that we've never seen orcas and when mothers and calves are going by at the same time. That's just timing, but I didn't mention that when we've only seen orcas in the area when at the same time that we have adult grays going by at the same time. So I don't know if that would make a difference in the excitement of the orcas, or if they're already filled up on pinnipeds. You really opened my eyes with that graph you had with, harbor porpoise, harbor seals. Tough time to be a seal. And I was surprised too at how many porpoise it seems that they get. So
Yeah, it's very, I think with your area, so a lot of people go, well, why aren't we seeing killer whales close to shore anywhere other than Monterey? And I get that a lot of people living up and down the California coast. And the big question, I think, is that they're out there, but they're too far to see. As you head north, that shelf break, as I mentioned, widens. And it's likely that at least the outer coast group that we see primarily in Monterey and elsewhere are being seen or encountered at least further offshore, that shelf break area, making it difficult unless you're out there to find them. And where the animals you might be seeing where you are could be either southern residents coming south. That's also one option, but also could be intercoast transients that also make their way down. We do have reports of some intercoast groups. We've identified 63 different intercoast whales, at least as far south as Monterey. So it could be some of those animals too.
Okay, we've upgraded our camera equipment, so hopefully we can contribute some to you as well.
I'll appreciate it.
Yeah, we see so few of them, but we'll be ready. By upgrading, I mean stronger lens. Rhesos we do see a lot of here, kind of seasonally, but when we have them around. And Leilani Stell, Dr. Leilani Stell, I figured you were familiar with her, at the University of Redlands. She's been running a project with students for a number of years. So I didn't know if you knew that, or were aware of that, if that could help you at all with, they're doing identification with that.
Yeah, she's amazing. Her and I've had some really great conversations. Actually, she came out with me one time when we were looking at Rizos in Monterey. And the Rizos were not, there's not, when it comes to photo identification, it's a bit daunting. There's a lot of Rizos, but our catalog's mostly Monterey and a bit further north, and there appears to be a bit of a difference, at least in animals that are seen further south in her region, in Southern California. So we have talked about comparing, actually, which is really cool. I hope we can I can sit down. We did talk about that. The reason why we haven't yet is because I've been swamped with killer whale stuff. There's been no time to even get to it. I've got a hard drive full of dolphin photos that I need to go through. But so yeah, I'd love to sit down with her.
Wonderful.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. No, I encourage you to do those Rhesos. They're just the most fascinating animals. And what we one day watched them, Josh, they came from the north and they passed us going south. Several hours later, they started to come back again. We were still out there searching for gray whales, and we got to see them going in both directions.
Oh, that's so cool. We a lot of people think that they are primarily nocturnal hunters because they eat squid. But we found interesting behavior where they, in the middle of the day, we've seen it multiple times where they do this high speed swimming along the shelf break in Monterey, and they chase squid. And what we found is that we were following them from behind, and there was squid being kicked up in their wake. So we were picking up little tiny opalescent or market squid. And we were like, wow, they're definitely feeding on something. And another colleague of mine he's a tuna fisherman, and he was working offshore, and he said he was with some Rizos, and these Rizos were feeding on another kind of squid, and he collected the squid for us. And we're not sure what it is yet. Once again, it's in a jar sitting at my office. But we'll hopefully know a little bit more about what those were too.
Well, thank you so much, Josh, for joining us today. That's Josh McINNES. He's with the Marine Mammal Research Unit at the British Columbia University, and he's also a research coordinator at the Marine Life Studies in Monterey Bay, California. And we are at the 10 o'clock hour. We are going to continue on this special day of the Ocean Life Symposium. This is the 6th year that the Mendonoma Whale and Seal Studies, Scott and Tree Mercer, have been doing this. 5 years with me producing it here on public radio, KGUA in Northern California. I'm Leigh Anne Lindsey, and I'm a film producer and podcast producer. We do Resilient Earth Radio. And again, Josh was a recent guest on our podcast, and you can find that on almost any podcast platform. Joining us now on Ocean Life Symposium, on the Ocean Life Symposium, is Howie Garrett. He's the president of the board of directors for Orca Network. And their goal is to connect people with whales of the Pacific Northwest. And the Orca Network's whale sighting and education project encourages observation to increase awareness and knowledge about the southern resident community of orcas, JK and L pods, Bigg's transient orcas, and also other cetaceans, and to foster a stewardship ethic to motivate a diverse audience to take action to protect and restore their critical habitat. He began working as a field researcher with the Center for Whale Research on San Juan Island in 1981. And in 2001, he and his wife, Susan Berta, founded Orca Network, a nonprofit organization based on Whidbey Island dedicated to raising awareness of the whales of the Pacific Northwest and the importance of providing them healthy and safe habitats. And their projects include Whale Sighting Network, educational programs, presentations, events, advocacy, Langley Whale Center, Central Puget Sound Marine Mammal Stranding Network, and so much more. Welcome back, Howie. Good to have you with us.
Thank you, and good morning, Leigh Anne and Scott and Tree. Good to see you.
Good to see you, Howie.
Yeah.
And we're going to now turn everything over to you and give you the next 50 minutes of presentation.
Well, okay. Thank you. I will introduce the concept of orca sociology, which nobody has ever heard of. So don't be surprised if you haven't heard of it. But I'd like to start out with a very intriguing incident, and I'm going to share a screen and go to, let's see. I don't see the,
I'm still here, Howie.
yeah,
Down at the lower bottom of the Zoom screen and then hover over till it says share. And it is allowed for multiple participants to share. There you go. You got it.
okay. But I'm looking for
Ah,
the page that I want to share, which is,
well, close your browser there unless your presentation. There it is. There's your browser. I mean, there's your presentation. You've got it.
there's the
And
presentation.
just close your browser up in the right-hand corner there.
Well, but the thing is, what I want to do first is,
Oh,
you
there you
see
go.
that? Okay, that's where I wanted to start, and then I'll go to the presentation.
Sounds good. Thank
Because this is from October 5th. This is a Center for Whale Research Encounter Reports, and if you haven't encountered their encounter reports, they're really fascinating. Some of the best photos you'll see anywhere, really intriguing photos. And this was an encounter like never before. This was when Mark Mallison was way out on the west side of the Strait of Juan de Fuca, actually on the western edge of Swiftsure Bank, basically out into the Pacific Ocean. And he was looking for L-pod, and especially for little L128, which was a calf that was born probably September 14th or 15th and was first seen on September 15th with mom L90. and looking good, but it was a kind of bizarre set of encounters over the next 3 days because it was just L90, who was first-time mom, although 31 years old, and so very old to be a first-time mom, probably had had some miscarriages or some babies that didn't make it and were never documented for that. But looked okay along San Juan Island, just the two of them, the mom and the calf, up and down the island for several days. Very unusual without any other L-pod members anywhere nearby. So it's important to document the calf. And so he, on a flat Beaufort 0 day, went all the way out to the west side of Swiftsure Bank, and he did find them. So I want to read this because this is just objective documentation of what happened, the behavior of the whales. So initially, Mark assumed it was L90 with L128. But upon closer examination of his photos, he realized it was L83 with a small emaciated calf. L83 is another female, not directly related, not a sister, not in the same matriline with L90, who is the last survivor of her matriline, but another female, about 2 years older, so about 33, 34. And he realized it was L83 with a small emaciated calf. Just a couple of weeks earlier, CWR staff had photographed L90's newborn off the west side of San Juan Island, but this calf looked far from healthy. Rather, the calf appeared lumpy and skinny. Mark quickly sent pictures of the calf's right eye patch to Dave and Michael, and they eventually confirmed the troubling reality that yes, this was indeed the emaciated L128, just born like 3 weeks earlier. L90 was nearby foraging as L83 approached Mike 1, that's the name of the boat, with the emaciated calf draped across her rostrum. As she carried the calf down the side of the boat, Mark's heart sank. He was certain the calf had stopped breathing. L83 jiggled the calf as if desperately trying to revive it. As she continued past the stern of Mike 1, Mark thought he saw the calf take a faint breath and return to her side. Emotionally drained from the sighting, Mark decided at 13:23 it was time to end the encounter and make the 60 nautical mile journey back to Victoria Harbor. And I want to mention that Mark was who found J35, Tahlequah, when she had her calf that died within a half hour of birth in 2018. He saw that calf basically die before his eyes. And now here's another calf that was brought to him. So that's what I want to point out. What is going on here? L83, not the mother, another female, carries this calf over to Mark. I mean, that wasn't a random path. That was directly to Mark in his little open boat, right alongside the boat and around to the stern of the boat. So what was going on there? What I'm going to try to present to you is the idea that L83 was trying to say something, that there was a message in that. And that is based on my understanding of Orca sociology. So what is that? Where did that come from? And am I just trying to be a smartass? Did I come up with something, that sounds very intellectual, but has no actual basis? Well, me try to describe this because I really came upon it honestly. And it goes back to 1963 when I graduated high school and enrolled at University of New Mexico. And I had no idea what I was going to do there. I didn't really have a major in mind. I didn't know what I wanted to be in life. I didn't know how to be an adult, really. So I would just take in courses, and one was a sociology course. And when it came time for the final, I passed in my final exam, and the after the grading, the professor came up to me in this 400-seat lecture hall and told me that I had gotten the best score in the class for anybody, which blew me away because I was never an A student. I have to admit, I wasn't all that highly motivated. So that set my course right then. Okay, I am going to study sociology. I'm going to major in sociology because I can pass the courses. I can get through college if I major in sociology. So I did that. And 2 years later, I got an invitation from our other brother, Rick, in Berkeley, where he and Ken, my older brother, Ken Balcom, had an apartment saying, why don't you come on out? And that was 1965, which you may recall was the height of the free speech movement and all of the hubbub at Berkeley. And I was kind of interested in that. So it was a good move. I moved to Berkeley and enrolled at UC Berkeley. And my first class was with a man named Herbert Bloomer, who wrote the book, literally, called Symbolic Interactionism, which is a subdiscipline of sociology that was founded at the University of Chicago in the 1920s. And it was kind of an offshoot of sociology because it was sociology's answer to Charles Darwin's Origin of Species. Because previously, sociology studied the structure and the functions of society, but Charles Darwin sort of put the science on the spot and said, well, how did it evolve out of nature? How did the human societies come to be, and how do they perpetuate themselves and maintain and to continue to build institutions and traditions and everything we think of as society out of nature, out of our ancestors, our primate ancestors. How did that happen? And so this theory is called symbolic interactionism. And I was fascinated by it because what it helped explain to me is how the world works, which was such a huge mystery to me. I did not know uh, how to live in the world, how to adult, how to manage, how to get jobs, how to build relationships, how to succeed in life. And so I hope that this would give me some answers. And I think it sort of did. So I was just absolutely engrossed. Um, and I didn't actually get my degree until 1980. I traveled. I went on my own sabbatical, you could put it that way. Took some time off and dropped back into college when I was in Colorado Springs at Colorado College, which is kind of the Ivy League of the Rockies, kind of private liberal university, which had seminar type classes, which, meant very small, 15, 20 students. So a lot of time to dwell into a particular field. And of course, I dwelled into symbolic interactionism. as sort of the way that that humans interact, using language, of course, but anything else that is meaningful gestures, anything from how you comb your hair, the clothes you wear, everything is symbolic and meaningful in some way or another. And it's all about interacting and building uh, institutions, and the whole structure of society evolves out of that. But it's a particular um, capacity that has to happen. And so I was just totally fascinated by that. And that year, not long after I graduated, Ken Malcolm, my brother, came to Denver. He had been studying humpbacks, doing photo ID studies with humpbacks in the Caribbean and off Greenland, and he came through Denver. So and stopped off. His plane had to stop over, so we had lunch. And he said, "Why don't you come out to Friday Harbor?" Because he had started Orca survey in 1976. So he was 4 years into the study at that point, and needed some administrative help. And he asked me to volunteer. He could find me a place to sleep and feed me meals. And so I figured, well, that's the best offer I've gotten so far. So I'll take it. So I'll go out to Friday Harbor and study whales with him. And I really didn't have any background in whales up to then. I had visited Ken and I had seen orcas for that, but I didn't have any particular interest or knowledge about them at all. Um, so I was just this sort of blank slate as far as whale studies, but filled with these sociological theories and concepts, and this way of seeing that I had what they called the sociological imagination. Um, so of course that was useless out there. Um, and my job was just to go out in the boats and take photographs with the long lens and get the photo ID shots for the catalogs. And that contributes to the demographic studies and builds the whole population structure analysis. Um, so that was fascinating. But that was my first season was 1981. And I was there for 3 years and then went to New England. But in those 3 years, those were very, very energetic, very fertile years for knowledge, for understanding orcas, because the field studies begun by Mike Bigg in 1972-73, who pioneered the whole photo identification method that has proven absolutely invaluable for not just whale studies, but every animal, every species on the planet can be studied by photo identification. But he pioneered it, and it became very enlightening, just incredibly useful for seeing the demographics, the community structure, the matrolines, and several absolutely astounding findings were just coming into focus in the early 1980s, 80, 81, 82, such as that the offspring never leave their mother's side in southern residents. Of course, in other communities now, we know that there are exceptions to that rule. But for southern residents, the male and female offspring grew up, became adults, and stayed very close to their mothers. And so that was fascinating because that was unheard of. And John Ford had just published his studies on what he called dialects, which was that there are variations between the different pods. so that some pods have particular signature whistles that they use a lot. And so you can ID the pod by the acoustics, which was fascinating. But he also determined that the different communities, as the northern and the southern resident communities, which are very similar in many ways in their diets and in everything else about them, but are completely distinct and separate and do not interact and have completely different vocal vocabularies, that their acoustic communications sound completely different. And in the early 80s, the first realizations began to dawn on the researchers that there were two completely distinct populations in the same habitat, sympatric populations of orcas that had nothing to do with each other. Residents and transients is what they were called. At first, for the first several years, they thought, well, the transients that they encountered must have been kicked out, must have been rogue whales that were not, somehow accepted. Maybe, males that lost the competitions or something, but that didn't fit what they saw. So, but they began to realize that no, these are a completely separate and distinct population. And they had seen enough to at least suspect that they had completely different diets, that the transients ate only mammals and that the residents ate only fish. They didn't phrase it that way. They said specialized or primarily only mammals and fish, effectively, but that's what they were beginning to see. So I'm there with this sociological imagination, and I'm seeing, well, okay, they're using some kind of vocal communication, and they are sorting themselves, or have in ancient history sorted themselves into separate cultures. These were cultures, as I was understanding. And of course, that was totally, beyond the pale. Nobody was talking about cultures. It was completely, these were just animals, and you just study them objectively, study their population dynamics, their lifespan, their reproductive rates, their association patterns, their behavior, their diets. But nobody was talking about culture. So at this point, what I would like to do is share screen again, but this time go to my presentation. Let's see, okay. And hit that.
And you're listening to
And
the voice of Howie Garrett, who's the president of the board of directors for Orca Network. And now we do see your presentation, Howie.
okay, that's great. All right, so this actually was given several years ago, and it was about Toki, Lolita, in Miami at the time. So I started with the captive orca and her natural history. And what I tried to introduce, this was a presentation in 2016 in Friday Harbor. So I was introducing the sociology of orcas. And I want to say here, just in case there's any concerns, that this does not replace the demographic studies, everything that is still ongoing in terms of population studies, the dynamics, Josh's presentation. This is all important information that is the context. This is the foundation for for what I'm going to try to introduce, which is a new paradigm, but it's built on the decades of research that has been done, the population studies that we have already established and documented. To talk about the sociology of orcas is kind of a taboo. And part of the science of sociology is taboos. What are taboos? Every culture has them, many of them. So that will come into play here. But as I was saying, nobody talked about culturing whales and dolphins in the 1980s or 90s until 2001. And that was when Luke Rendell and Hal Whitehead wrote and published this paper in the very prestigious Journal of Behavioral and Brain Sciences called Culture in Whales and Dolphins. And what they said right there in the abstract is, the complex and stable and behavioral cultures of sympatric groups of killer whales or Sinus orca appear to have no parallel outside humans and represent an independent evolution of cultural faculties. And that gave me a big sigh of relief, because that was basically what I had been holding inside, thinking and reality checking for almost 20 years at that point, that yes, they do live as members of cultures. They do live in learned cultures that they learn from their ancestors and from their families and from other members of their cultures. But one thing that Rendell and Whitehead make clear is that they did not want to talk about language. They say that yes, language is essential for human cultures, but there is no data and no basis for speculating on whether or not orcas use language. So they punted completely on that issue. So what they did was establish the objective facts, the field reality, that orcas are found in cultures. So that was a big start. But it didn't seem to really trigger any deeper look into what makes a culture. How do cultures evolve, and what are they? What keeps them together? What maintains cultures? Let's see. I've got the top of this is there's a banner there. There's a way to get rid of that, I think. Well, let's see. Okay. But anyway, there were other studies that sort of ventured into talking about culture. Cultural identity is important in this species in both the North Atlantic and the Pacific. That was a study from 2016. And the sperm whale study shows that sperm whales form clans with diverse cultures and languages. So at least in sort of the popular media, there is some discussion of whale cultures, including the idea of languages. So the question presented to the cetological community was, how did this happen? How did orca cultures develop? It was and still is a very big question. The whole issue of speciation. Should there be separate species? And there was a big debate and a proposal to designate residents and transients as separate species, give them new Latin names. And that was by a whisker that was declined at the Society for Marine Mammalogy. But it sort of left the issue open. But at least there is this understanding that culture can guide evolution, that the evolution of the species of the different communities of orcas are determined, or at least in to a great extent, affected by the culture, the cultural rules, the taboos for mating in particular, that it's internal mating practices, so that residents don't mate with transients or with northern residents or with any other community. All maintain their insulation and cohesion, and those are rules, and those over time, over thousands of generations, affect the evolution of each of those species, of those communities, I should say, although are they species or not? That's still an open question. So we have slight morphological differences, the pigmentation, the shapes of different whales, the sizes are different in different communities. So that was in the literature. Orcas are the first non-humans whose evolution is driven by culture. This is 2016. This is becoming apparent. So my problem is that I have this background in sociology, but I'm now immersed in cetology, and there is a big gap in between. And sociologists don't talk to cetologists or vice versa. They just they speak different languages and don't associate at all. They're like residents and transients. So what I want to do is leap across that gap and see how sociology can help inform cetology and vice versa. So this question is, how did these intact, cohesive communities of orcas develop? Because that's not found anywhere else in nature. You won't find two populations of black bears on the same mountain that are completely separate and distinct and have different diets and never interbreed. It's just not found in wildlife biology anywhere else. Other species of whales, toothed whales at least, may have this, but it's just not found anywhere else in nature. So what's the explanation? So here was a paper that argued that they are undergoing ecological speciation as a result of dietary specializations. In other words, first came the dietary specializations, and that separated different communities. And so then they just maintained those separations as cultures. Okay, that's one theory, dietary specializations. Another theory came out in 2015. Our data suggests that glacial cycles influenced local populations and have played a major role in geographic radiations, diversification, and speciation. So maybe they got separated by glaciers or glacial cycles, and then the glaciers thawed, but those separations continued for some reason, though that's not well explained. Just an attempt to explain the origins here. So it seems like there is this grasping for a cause, a original cause for the separation into the different communities of orcas that we see that are very well established and documented around the world. And here is this great graphic by Uko Gorder that's now about 10 years old, but that goes into the Northern Hemisphere, Southern Hemisphere, and the main communities of orcas that were known at that time. There's a few more known now. I was excited to hear a couple of weeks ago of the discovery, actually from photos that go back almost 20 years, but the scientific description that Ingrid Visser wrote up of a population of orcas in Fiji or around the Fiji Islands. And one unique characteristic there is that some of them have no saddle patch at all. There are a lot of variations in saddle patch, as we can see, but this was the first community I've heard of that had no saddle patch. So they're still being discovered. Different communities of orcas around the world. They inhabit every ocean in the world, but they have not all been described for science. And about 10 years ago, this issue of the ACS newsletter, The Killer Whale, the top predator, edited by Robert Pittman, really went a long way toward describing the different communities and sort of the whole phenomenon of what are killer whale, what is the radiation of killer whale communities, cultures around the world. And he says in this issue that the term ecotype then merely recognizes scientific uncertainty with regard to killer whale diversity. And until we know more about killer whale speciation, was it dietary specializations or was it glaciation? You know, what separated the communities originally? The term ecotype will remain a placeholder or a work in progress. So it's a word that describes the different communities, but it doesn't really describe them. It just names them. It's just a label for them. And here, of course, this is the well-known distinction between Bigg's killer whales and residents, their diets, their vocalizations, their sizes, no dispersal from either, and no recruitment. They don't compete for food, but the result is sympatric speciation in the same habitat, crossing paths all the time, very well aware of each other, but no interaction, no association at all. And of course, this is a really burning question in cetology, understanding orca culture. This was by Lisa Stifler, 2011. Scientists have found increasing evidence that culture shapes what orcas and how orcas eat, what they do for fun, even their choice of mates. So that's established. They live in these complex, learned cultures. And how does that happen? Well, we can look at maybe some of the behaviors, some of these social behaviors. And this is about as good a photo as you can get of a ceremony. Orcas have rituals. They have ceremony. And one is a greeting ceremony when pods meet up. Sometimes, I mean, this, I've seen it a few times back in the 90s, but it's pretty rare, pretty hard to see. Maybe it happens out in the Pacific, out of sight now, where they are more often now. But they line up in their pod formation K-pod, L-pod, J-pod in separate lines facing each other for several minutes. And then those lines dissolve and they meet in the middle, but not all in one group, in a whole lot of separate groups, each having, from what I witnessed, 15 to 20 or so individuals that are rolling around, a lot of, kinetic, touchy-feely contact, and it's mostly underwater, and it's very loud. If you listen with the hydrophones, it's the loudest cocktail party you've ever been to. And eventually they have to come up and breathe. And then they disperse and meet up into different groupings with a different set of individuals, always a mixture of the different pods, though. And then having this sort of ceremonial, whatever they're doing, very, close contact behavior underwater. And then you eventually rise up and go off and form into new and different groups. And this is how it looks when they come up for air. I don't recommend this boat behavior, but this was what was seen much more commonly in the 70s and 80s and into the 90s, and very rarely today, this kind of very close association behavior. Does happen, but it's rare. So back to this study from Luke Rendell and Hal Whitehead in 2001. And this was what I mentioned before. Human culture is intimately linked to both language and symbolism, but there is currently no empirical basis for discussing the role or non-role of language and symbolism in cetacean culture. Well, I would like to discuss the role of language and symbolism in cetacean culture. And that depends on the concepts that I learned in sociology applied to study of orcas. Because, of course, human culture and sociology are very much dependent, completely, intertwined with the idea of language and symbolism as being the guiding forces that create cultures. And this was my teacher. This was Herbert Bloomer. He wrote the book on it, like I said. And these were his sort of basic principles of what is symbolic interactionism. How do humans interact? And of course, the whole field of sociology would never allow that any other animal on the planet could possibly be practicing symbolic interactionism. This was all totally about humans. We act toward things on the basis of the meanings that things have for us. These meanings become modified through an interpretive process. The meanings of such things derive from the social interactions one has with others. And Bloomer contrasted this process with behaviorist explanations of human behavior. We could substitute orca behavior, which does not allow for interpretation between stimulus and response. When orcas are interacting, in other words, if we apply these concepts, they are communicating meanings to each other, and those meanings are interpreted by each member, each listener, each receiver of the communication. And Bloomer said symbolic interaction is possible for humans because we have highly developed brains, we rely heavily on society, and we are able to make many subtle and sophisticated sounds. Well, check. Big brains, orca brains are 5 times size of human brains. they rely heavily on society. They are probably the most social mammal known to science. And orcas are certainly able to make many subtle and sophisticated sounds. Those are the prerequisites. Those are required for any animal to be able to use symbolic interaction to build cultures, to build associations, patterns, institutions, ceremonies, behavior. And orcas have all that. They certainly can do it. And the guiding ethic seems to be we are strongest when we are together. So there's a lot more that can be said about that. And we're up to about 15 minutes before the next presentation, maybe some time for Q&A. But what I want to say, okay, I will stop share here. Is that behavior with Mark out west on Swiftsure Bank when L83 brought a little emaciated L128 at about 3 weeks old, but either dead or dying. Was she intending to tell him something? Was there a message? Was that a meaningful communication to him, an attempt at a meaningful communication? But of course, it depends on interpretation. It depends on the reception and the understanding of what it is. Mark describes it objectively, but went away pretty shook up from that experience and is probably still processing what happened. But yes, it's an anecdote, but it's also, it fits a pattern. When there's enough anecdotes, they become data. And what happened in 2018 when J35 Tahlequah's calf died right in front of Mark's eyes again, but she carried that calf around for 17 days in a very populated area with a lot of boats around, a lot of cameras, and we don't know how much they know about what our behavior means, what we're doing, but they certainly knew, she knew that they were being seen. And Ken called it a tour of grief. And it just seemed to be trying to say something. And of course, we know Ken had studied, has established since, since the population declined between 1995 and 2001 of about 20% that triggered the endangered species listing, that the primary overriding problem is lack of sufficient Chinook salmon, that they have specialized for thousands of years on Chinook salmon that have been abundant in these waters year-round for thousands of years. But now, due to multiple habitat degradations, the damming of rivers, overharvesting, that there are just very few Chinook. Many populations are completely extinct and many are endangered. So there's just a small percentage, a single-digit percentage of the former numbers of Chinook salmon. They can eat other species, but they don't have the caloric value. They don't have the nutrition. And of course, a pregnant female carrying a young and then lactating to nurse that young needs twice as much as all the rest. And so that's when they are most vulnerable. And that is what is limiting the population of the southern residents now, is reproductive failure, is basically miscarriages and infant mortality. So that seemed to be the message. I mean, it seems pretty clear to me that they know what's happening. They know what's happened to their families. They're down to 73 now, which was where they were when the studies began, basically in 1976. They were at about 70 or 71. And they went up in the mid 1990s to almost 100, 98, 99, and then dropped off to 2001, where they were back to 73, and that's where they are now. So they know what's happening, and I'm sure they associate human activity, what's happening, and they know Mark. Mark has been out there with them for over 20 years. They know him, they know his boat. I think he was trying to ask him to tell us to do something or stop doing whatever it is that is decimating the salmon population.
Thank
So
you for
with that,
Thank you for raising all of that awareness for us, Howie. That is critical information observation that you and others are doing, not only with the Orca Network. And this is Howie Garrett. He's the president of the board of directors for the Orca Network in Washington State. And he has been talking with us for this past hour about all these critical, complex social issues that impact the orcas and other ocean life that lives in our seas, and that bringing this awareness to our audience is so important. And this is why we are doing this annual symposium every year, is to bring voices like yours out here on YouTube, on radio. We're independent public radio station, a small one in Northern California on the South Mendocino coast and Northern Sonoma coast. This is KGUA 88.3 FM. I'm Leigh Anne Lindsey, a filmmaker and audio producer and GM of this station, and also along with experts of whales as well, with the Mendonoma whale and seal study, Scott and Tree Mercer, who are with us today. They have an extensive background that I'll go into, but before I do that, I want to bring them to the stage here and get you guys to talk with Howie about all the critical things that he was just sharing with us.
Shoot.
Yeah, Howie, in my way of thinking, there is no question that these animals, these highly intelligent social animals, are definitely communicating an important message to us. To me, the question is, what are we going to do about it? Are we going to listen to this, or are we going to ignore it and just carry on with the way we're doing things now and put them at further risk? That is my hope, is that enough of us will listen to them and take action. But my question, Howie, is I may have missed this. I apologize if I do. But L90 was the mom of L128, the calf. And L83, I was wondering, is there a relationship between L90 and L83?
it's not a direct matriline relationship. They're not sisters. L90 has no more members of her matriline at all remaining. So her mother, her siblings all have died. So we don't know how they define their relationship. But certainly, they have been together in the same community, the same pod, a bell pod, for, ever. And so they're all one big extended family. So maybe a distant cousin, however we may, describe that. But they're just an intertwined family that, they know each other, more intimately than we ever could. So yes, she's family. I just don't know the exact relationship.
I understand that. That is very fascinating and also, quite sad what has happened. And we are quite certain that this is due to the inability of L90, the mother, to successfully nurse the calf because she herself is probably not as well nourished as she needed to be to raise this calf properly.
Correct, yes. There is likely this complication of the compounding effect of the toxins, the organochlorine, PCB, PBDE, hormone disrupting or blocking pollutants that are in the water, in the ecosystem, were dumped in when they were banned on land. The barrels of this toxin were dumped into the water as if, okay, we'll just flush that toilet and it's gone. But no, it filtered out into every living thing. They're molecule by molecule are lipophilic, which means they attach to fat cells. And of course, whales have huge amounts of fat cells, their whole blubber layers. So in normally they sequester into the fat levels, layers, but when hunger sets in, when there is lack of nutrition, those fat cells are drawn into the bloodstream for energy, and that releases all of these pollutants that then flood the system and block the hormonal action in the development of the calf in particular, but even in adults that are hungry. So it's a compounded effect, but the test case is the transient Bigg's killer whales, which are even more heavily loaded with the pollutants because they eat higher on the food chain. They eat seals that are already heavily loaded with these pollutants. So they have heavier loads, and yet they are thriving. They are reproducing and increasing at a rate of 4 or 5% a year. They're doing incredibly well. And they have all the same issues with sound, and everything else. The difference is they have a lot of food because there's plenty of seals and sea lions and porpoises. And so they've got lots to eat. And so they do not draw down their fat supplies for energy. They've got fresh food all the time. So that's the test case that shows the difference is in the food supply.
And I want to address that in the last minute or so here that we've got. Howie, you mentioned before about the salmon being a big part of their diet, and now with the dams that are being removed from some of the rivers, is that going to help increase the salmon population for these whales so that they do get more nourishment? And then I want you to kind of give a quick summary as we move into the 11 o'clock hour, and we've got our next guest coming up on the Ocean Life Symposium.
Right. Well, thank you for bringing that up, Leigh Anne, because that is a very, very important point. And the Elwha dams were brought down. I did a presentation here on that. And that has already produced results of more Chinook and steelhead, which orcas also eat. And now the Klamath dams are down. So we'll start to see those results. In fact, already a salmon has gone up past the former dam site. So that is already showing results, and that is going to increase the overall salmon for the orcas. But yet remaining, the big low-hanging fruit are the 4 Snake River dams. They really need to be removed, and that's a huge issue. But and we don't have time for it now. But those 4 dams need to be removed. Or breached, and it's really not a big process, but there's 5,000 square miles of pristine salmon spawning habitat above those dams. But the smolts, after a year or so of growth at 6 or 8 inches, can't make it to the ocean because it's 140 miles of slack water, those dams. So,
And Howie, you mentioned a documentary. Just real quick, if you can give the title of that, and it'll be coming out as soon as it gets distribution.
There is a documentary coming out soon. I hope. We don't know exactly the distribution yet, but it's called The Snake and the Whale. And it goes into all these issues that we've been talking about.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Howie Garrett, President of the Board of Directors of Orca Network, for joining us today on the Ocean Life Symposium, along with Scott and Tree Mercer of the Mendonoma Whale and Seal Study. We appreciate you being here with us today on public radio and on YouTube.
Yeah, thanks, Howard. Our best to Susan.
All right.
Yes, your wife, Susan Berta, and we're going to go from
Yes.
you to Richard Charter. And we're just going down the coast from Washington State to Bodega Bay in Sonoma County. Bye, Howie. All right, and we're going to continue now on to the next hour here on KGUA in Wallala, 88.3 FM. It is 11 o'clock on Friday, October the 18th, 2024, and our next guest has been with us many times here at this radio station. We appreciate all the work he does for our oceans and for the life within them. And his name is Mr. Richard Charter, Senior Fellow of the Ocean Foundation. Welcome back, Richard.
Thank you, Leigh Anne.
And I'm going to give a quick overview and then I'll let you get into your presentation. So Richard is a senior fellow again with the Ocean Foundation and also serves separately as the director of Friends of Coastal Coordination, a fiscally hosted project of the Ocean Foundation. He is a specialist in advocacy on ocean protection issues, including marine spatial planning, media techniques to secure conservation outcomes, and preventing and mitigating industrial impacts on ocean ecosystems. And as co-chair of the National Outer Continental Shelf Coalition, OCS, Richard was involved in initiating and maintaining the 27-year congressional moratorium on offshore oil and gas leasing, which prevented new drilling along the U.S. West Coast, the Atlantic coast, and Florida's Gulf Coast, as well as in Alaska's Bristol Bay. Richard also coordinated the local government support that helped to bring about the creation of the Gulf of the Farallones, Cordell Bank, Channel Islands, and Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuaries. We are so honored to have you here with us here again today, Richard. And we're going to ask you
Thank you,
to
Leigh Anne.
introduce your topic today.
Thank you, Leigh Anne, and thank you, everybody. And I say everybody because here on the Northern California coast, nearly half a century ago, a small group of local thought leaders manifested their connection to the ocean and to this particular coast by creating what later became a global movement to limit the extraction of fossil fuels from the outer continental shelf under our shoreline here. But that grew into something that was much bigger than we ever imagined and became a global movement. And now we have the potential and the need for a much larger movement to protect the heart of the ocean, the deepest part of the ocean itself, where the deep sea ecology is directly connected to the entire planet's life-supporting system. This is 90% of the habitable, livable space on planet Earth in our oceans. And we look out at the protected part, the surface, the beauty that we see every day when we're lucky enough to live here. But quietly, there are movements afoot, leases actually being let to do seafloor mining in the deepest parts of our ocean. And that's not a far away thing to us. That's right connected to where we live and where everybody lives. And I think we all agree that we face a triple planetary crisis right now of biodiversity, climate change, and pollution, all three of which affect our ocean, and deep sea mining will only complicate and make all of these worse. Mining the seabed is being promoted by various industrial interests as something that is needed to support the transition to non-fossil fuel energy sources. In other words, the idea is if we electrify transportation, Nobody wants to talk in government or industry anymore about painless conservation or energy efficiency. It's all about where do we get enough energy to continue the level of consumption that has become the habituated norm for the planet Earth, or at least the developed countries, and the developing countries want to get there quickly. So this has created a gold rush, if you will, a new stampede to go after minerals like nickel, cobalt, and manganese. This is not particularly deep sea mining. It's not something that's about lithium. Lithium does not come from the ocean in terms of a source. It's coming from, dried up lake beds and places like geothermal brine at the Salton Sea. So this is about metals, nickel, cobalt, and manganese in particular, that are being promoted by some of those in the deep sea mining industry. They call them a battery in a rock. Now, a battery is not a rock, and a rock is not a battery. It turns out that the rock in question is actually an integral part of the ecosystem in the deep ocean. And today I'd like to talk about the connectivity between that deep ocean ecosystem, which has taken millions and millions of years to develop and evolve. And from those millions of years, we are about to send robotic devices the size of your corner Safeway to crawl along the seabed and tear it up. And it will take millions of years to come back, if it ever does. I mean, there's a lot of disagreement, but the general sense is that it will never come back. If we do what is being proposed, the common heritage of mankind, as it's called in the governance of the deep sea, will be destroyed irrevocably and for well beyond our lifetime. I mean, we're sitting here these last few days looking carefully at a comet on our horizon that will not be back for what they think 80,000 years, something like that, if it ever comes back at all. We're now talking with deep sea mining about ecosystems that we barely understand. We haven't named all the species yet. There are new species being discovered every day. And we're talking about destroying those ecosystems before we ever know what they do for us as humans, or what they potentially could do in the future. And the devices we will use are not, there's no human beings on them. They're guided by devices and remote control joystick on a ship miles above. So this is something that is going to be very hard to manage, very hard to regulate, and essentially beyond our control. We have some familiarity here on the Northern California coast with mining in the ocean, because those of you that remember a president named Ronald Reagan and his Secretary of Interior named James Watt, he proposed an offshore mining lease sale in the early 1980s called the Gorda Ridge lease sale. And the Gorda Ridge is a fairly nearshore structure under the seabed off of Northern California and Southern Oregon. And the target there was copper, lead, and zinc minerals. James Watt was a little ahead of his time. He proposed a similar manganese cobalt rich crust mining scheme on the Loihi Seamount off the coast of the Big Island near Hilo. And the backlash to those two proposed lease sales was so significant that James Watt actually backed down. And of course, he later lost his job, fortunately, by saying things that today wouldn't be controversial to say on CNN, but then they were controversial, and he said them. And the last I saw of James Watt was the south end of a northbound horse riding away down in Santa Barbara County as he resigned as Secretary of Interior. So those Northern California hard minerals lease sales never matriculated. They didn't come about because it took the same public response that had stopped offshore drilling and made sure that offshore mining didn't happen here. But that proposal for these basically an undersea hot spring, hydrothermal vents as they're called, or in the ocean, the name for them is black smokers, where this hydrothermal hot water carrying minerals builds unusually complex towers, which are inhabited by life forms that do not rely on photosynthesis. They don't rely on sunlight to survive. They rely on a process that we're just beginning to understand called chemosynthesis. It's a chemical conversion of energy from the hot water and the sulfides in the hydrothermal vents into life, which takes the form of tube worms, very strange looking tube worms the size of your arm, specialized kinds of crabs that only live around these. And the idea being that that kind of mining will come back very soon, along with a cobalt crust or a crust removal process that's basically takes place with an undersea bulldozer that just basically rips the surface off the subsea terrain, grinds it up, and then pumps it to the surface of the ocean where it is brought into a nearby port. Here in California, that port is likely to be Humboldt Bay in Northern California, because Humboldt Bay, as everybody probably knows by now, is in the process of being subjected to a very expensive port upgrade to support floating offshore wind. It's well along, the leases are let already up of Humboldt County. So unless there is some condition placed on the redevelopment and enhancement of Humboldt Bay, it will also likely wind up being the target for bringing slurry of metals from subsea mining ashore and making sure that those metals are probably processed there. We actually have down in Marin County in Tiburon, a lot of people don't know it, but there's actually a very small prototype of a mineral processing plant that's at a marine lab in Tiburon. I've seen it. It's about 3 stories tall and very rusty, but this was to test the ore from the Gordon Ridge lease sale up in Northern California, and ore was brought there during the tenure of James Watt. So that industry that almost got us last time will be back, and soon, in order to try to get minerals that we are too lazy essentially to gain by recycling. These are all minerals that many parts of the world have considered raw materials, that electronic waste is something you reprocess, and this is the term circular economy. But here, we think we need to make profits by going and getting new minerals. But the big ticket item that I'd like to talk about today is this concept of a battery in a rock. And a battery in a rock is called that because on the seafloor, in what is called the Clarion-Clipperton zone, which exists, it stretches from almost from Hawaii to Central America, basically to Baja. There have already been leases let by various global international interests for exploration, for bringing these, these subsea nodules that are about the size of a potato that pave the sea floor in this area, bringing these to the surface, grinding them up on a ship. The problems are almost hard to believe, but you bring them to the surface, you grind them up. They are, each individual potato-sized rock is so radioactive that handling them on the ship violates EPA standards for human exposure to radioactive material. But the idea is that you then take that slurry in a barge, take it to a mineral processing area on land, probably in the nearest place might be Hawaii, it might be California. This is a global industry, as I said, and take that slurry and turn it into nickel, cobalt, or manganese in a usable, marketable form. These metals can be gotten on land. They are now gotten on land, obtained on land through normal mining, but the idea is that if you can get them essentially free on the seabed, and if you can develop the robotic technology to bring them to the surface and market them, this is a huge new industry. This is something that doesn't actually require much money. This whole industry is poorly governed. America, as a non-signatory to the Law of the Sea Treaty, is not a player at the table about deciding when, where, and how the deep sea mining will occur. This is a matter of 169 nations that are they're member states, along with the European Union, in what's called the International Seabed Authority, which meets 4 times a year in Jamaica. And we have observers there. We've been very fortunate more recently that a new Secretary General of the International Seabed Authority, Leticia Carvalho, has just been elected to replace Michael Lodge, who was essentially made the International Seabed Authority a captive of the industry itself. And so the manipulation of how these leases are let and managed has been just absolutely amazing. The first thing to do was to convey leases to the companies in order to allow them to explore. In other words, explore each of these leases in the Clarion-Clipperton zone in a manner that allows one to determine whether there are marketable, quote, minerals there. And then at the same time, the International Seabed Authority was charged with determining what rules and regulations might need to be in place before you could shift from exploration to actual extraction and development. Again, this is 12,000 to 18,000 feet underwater. It's dark. There's incredible water pressure at that depth. Any man-made object, unless it's built in a certain way, will be crushed. And there's no light and there's no life as we know it, but there is life, it turns out. And so the companies themselves were charged with determining whether they could do what they proposed to do in terms of extracting these minerals in a manner that doesn't harm the ocean, doesn't harm the seabed. And of course, being profit-making companies, motivated by greed, essentially, of course, they say, oh yeah, we can do it, but they haven't done actual extraction. They have not determined whether these minerals can be extracted from the seabed safely and without harm to the marine environment. And of course, this is one of those places that is so sensitive that the burden of proof really should be and must be on the developer of the mineral, the proponent of the actual activity. The industry would like to pretend that these things are just rocks. They're not habitat. But in fact, habitat is what they are. Each one of the potato-sized nodules is in fact infused with a bacterial mat, a bacterial form of life. Each one of the rocks is a living organism. And so if you start scraping them off the seabed over vast areas, we already know from some experiments that have been done that we've only had decades to learn, but we know that you go back decades later and the obvious track of previous tests is still clear on the seabed. Each mineral nodule has formed around some kind of nucleus, maybe a shark's tooth, maybe a chip of shell, and then built in a sequential manner, kind of like a geode, over millions and millions of years. These things are incredibly slow growing. So if you start taking them out of the ecosystem, what you do is you change the base of the food chain, not only for this, 12 to 18,000 foot deep Clarion-Clipperton zone, but you are changing the base of the food chain and the base of the ecosystem for the entire ocean. And the connectivity of this area to the rest of the ocean is well known. In other words, there is what is called a diurnal vertical migration of ocean organisms called the diel vertical migration, where life in the ocean goes up and down vertically. It's this diel vertical migration is a daily pattern of movement where organisms move to the surface of the ocean at night and then go back to deeper waters during the day. It's actually the largest synchronous migration of animal life on Earth. We don't see it because it's happening in the ocean. It's a trade-off, this vertical migration, between feeding on the abundant phytoplankton on the surface and avoiding predators. Many organisms participate in this vertical migration, including zooplankton, fish, mollusks, and crustaceans. And the timing and the activity itself is influenced by a number of factors, including circadian rhythms, light, temperature, prey abundance, and predation risk. So the ocean is basically moving itself up and down in terms of its life forms in order to maximize the ability to survive. These organisms are surviving by vertical migration. Now, this vertical migration has a significant impact on ocean and planetary systems, including creating turbulence, moving water, and sequestering, probably most important to us these days, sequestering carbon. And we know that 85% of the ocean is unmapped, so we don't understand everything about the processes that are taking place in this fluid dynamic of the ocean. But we do know that 25% of the planet's carbon emissions are sequestered by the ocean. The ocean, in fact, is taking care of some of our industrial carbon emissions just because it's good at it. It's absorbed from the atmosphere into the ocean, and it winds up at the bottom, a lot of it, through this vertical migration. So we know that our own survival is going to be directly connected to the survival of these deep sea ecosystems because of the vertical movement of life in the ocean. And that if we start to bring poisons, and these minerals are tied up and locked in these nodules, but if we start bringing these to the surface and grinding them up, and then in the course of grinding them up, we will dump plumes of siltation made up of fine granules of these poisons. We'll dump them into the ocean itself, that they can travel thousands of kilometers away, and they are not limited to right where the mining's taking place or even right where the surface processing's taking place. These plumes could affect things a very long distance away and in an unpredictable manner. We don't, in other words, if you picture an oil spill, we kind of know where an oil spill is going to go because we track surface currents, and we can predict the destination on the surface of an oil spill by predicting the movement of wind and water, and we can be ready for it when it comes ashore. we know almost nothing about three-dimensional spills or deliberate discharges in the ocean. We know that they're going to move vast distances, but we have not a clue about how far or where they're going, because we just have not managed to come up with a way to track and predict three-dimensional plumes in the ocean. So our technology for deep sea mining has gotten ahead of our science, both our understanding of the impacts themselves, of how extensive the impacts will be, and what we might do to mitigate those impacts. And this lag, if you will, between the science of understanding deep sea mining and the technology of dealing with the impacts has caused the International Seabed Authority to run into a little problem, or a big problem, because the industry is banging on the door, attempting to get the International Seabed Authority to grant them permission to proceed with actual the mining companies want permission to proceed with the actual mining activity and the extraction itself. And the problem is that the International Seabed Authority has not written the rules and regulations yet. It's a complicated world. And so in the course of devising a strategy to get around the International Seabed Authority, the mining companies have managed to get rules adopted that say that if 2 years after they have acquired the leases, the International Seabed Authority has not yet come up with rules and regulations and mitigation strategies, they get to go ahead with development anyway. In other words, the theory is that we're in a hurry to make this money. We're in a hurry to take these minerals. In the course of doing that, we can't wait. And we can't wait until we know we can't wait until we know it can be done safely. We have to do it right now. And that is where we stand today, where the regulators are running years really behind the mining companies themselves. Now, the mining companies are very frustrated because they didn't get the new executive director they wanted. They got a biologist, a scientist, and someone who may believe a little more in the precautionary principle. So they're going to continue to lean on the door, I think it's a real estate term, to try to get a green light to go ahead with the mining. But right now, as things stand, about 24 of the member nations of the International Seabed Authority are calling for a moratorium on the extraction phase. This is a significant number. That's a couple dozen out of 169 member states. Why is that? It's because the people who are going to be most impacted by this, which is Pacific Trust territories, some of the islands throughout the Pacific, they actually have come to believe and incorporated into the actual belief system at the International Seabed Authority. It's taken a lot of effort and a lot of time that these life forms, these ecosystems, these way in which things work at the bottom of the ocean at these depths is part of the common heritage of mankind. Now, the common heritage of humankind is not something that was invented yesterday. The belief systems, in a sense, the spiritual underpinnings of many Pacific Islanders in particular, is that their lives are connected to the deep ocean, and that life itself was formed in the deep ocean. And that could very well be true because of the biochemical processes that are going on down there. And so it's basically a spiritual, ecological scientific, what today is called indigenous knowledge that says, don't rush this. The level of destruction that you're anticipating is so grave and so substantial that we can't take the risk. This is not a time to be tearing up the base of the food chain that supports all life on the planet, not just human beings, but everything. And you take one look at the machines that will be doing this, and it's easy to comprehend that these machines are going to not be easily or carefully regulated. They just will tear up everything they encounter. Nobody will be watching, and everybody will be amazed when they discover that things are not coming back, not within our lifetime, not within millions of years. Why should we care as human beings? Well, for example, certain of the COVID tests that we now most of us take periodically to test for COVID, those came from discoveries around the hydrothermal vent life forms. We are beginning to understand, or just at the threshold of understanding, that certain cancers can be likely cured by some of these unusual biological systems that we're finding in the deep ocean. We don't know everything about that yet, but we have a level of confidence that comes from the science that's been done thus far, that maybe not every cancer, but certain types of cancer, we're going to discover the answer to cancers in the deep ocean. Not by taking tons of life from the deep ocean. The way the pharmaceutical discoveries work is you take a sample of something from the deep ocean and then you replicate it into a pharmaceutical. So you don't have to destroy the ocean to learn how to save human beings from cancer. You find how the ocean does things, and then you emulate that in a laboratory and replicate the source of that you've taken a sample. You replicate that sample, and then you turn it into a pharmaceutical substance that can be used by humans without side effects. These all take time, but they're not doing harm to the ocean. We know that certain of the iconic species that we all appreciate and understand, we thank the activities of the Mendonoma whale seal study because we have iconic species here on the surface that are obviously extremely sensitive to sound, to disturbance, and in the deep ocean, there's a thing called a whale fall, which is a whale dies on the surface. Where's it go? If it doesn't go on our beach, what's going on with a whale? Well, we know that a whale fall in the deep ocean becomes a food source and an aggregation area for many of these unusual species we've been talking about. They have a depth factor where the nutrients on the seabed become a gathering place, if you will, for whales once they're dead and sunken, and that whale fall and the bones there will be a central point of life on the seabed for a very long time. This doesn't have, because of the cold water, the pressure, and the depths, and the types of animals that are down there. For a long time, you've created a feeding center, if you will, on the deep ocean when a whale falls. So we have this International Seabed Authority meeting 4 times a year in Jamaica. We have 169 member states, of which a couple dozen of them support a moratorium on extraction. and they're in charge of what is called the area. The area is beyond the sort of around each nation. There is now a coastal zone that offshore that the nation controls, sort of an exclusive economic zone, as we call it in the U.S. So if you subtract the EEZ, the exclusive economic zone of all of these nations, you will find that beyond that, what the International Seabed Authority is controlling is 54% of the world's oceans are controlled by the International Seabed Authority. And of course, the oceans are a vast majority of the planet. When you look at Earth from space, you see a blue jewel, you see the blue planet. So you have a really small kind of entity, a governmental authority, if you will, controlling 54% of the world's oceans, and hardly anybody's ever heard of them. They're beginning to be hearing from the public because, as I mentioned, because the U.S. is not a signatory to the Law of the Sea Treaty for a lot of other reasons. The U.S. doesn't vote on this matter. And the companies involved are from all over the planet. Norway is kind of leading the charge, but Canada has one of the biggest companies. And we're, in a way, setting ourselves up as a nation to be a victim of this, because clearly it's going to have an effect on how we adapt to climate, because, as I say, the ocean is a living ecosystem that sequesters 25% of the entire planet's carbon emissions, and we're, as a developed country, producing a large majority of those emissions. And so this is a risk, if you will, to our climate's regulatory function in the ocean, and a risk to efforts in the U.S. to mitigate climate itself. And we're making some very large investments, as you probably noticed, including right here on the North Coast, in things like floating offshore wind, seabed and shoreline substations, and seabed cables, subsea cables that would bring electricity from Humboldt County to the Bay Area. So these are all committed investments that are only going to expand. In other words, right now it's off of Humboldt County and San Luis Obispo County. Offshore wind leases exist. There are plans and discussions currently underway for additional offshore wind off of Del Norte County, off of Mendocino County, most of the Mendocino coast. And in fact, anything that is not a part of a national marine sanctuary, and that marine sanctuary protection stops at Alder Creek, just north of Point Arena now. Anything north of that in California is likely and almost inevitably now going to be a target for floating offshore wind. Oregon seems to have convinced the federal government that they are not okay with floating offshore wind. Tribal interests, fishing interests, and the governor and a few other interests in Oregon have pretty much said not off of Oregon. So that kind of zeroes in on Northern California and the south end of Big Sur down to roughly Morro Bay as the floating offshore wind center of California offshore. The question is, will subsea mining then find Humboldt Bay to be an attractive target for bringing ashore the metals from their extraction from the seabed? And so in a sense, a global moratorium on subsea mining would save Humboldt Bay from becoming a port of opportunity for toxic minerals being brought ashore from the deep ocean. And we have obviously a connection between what we're planning to do here to get more electricity to Californians and what is called the circular economy. In other words, e-waste, electronic waste, has become a valuable commodity because it's a lot cheaper to actually recycle nickel, cobalt, manganese, and in some cases gold from e-waste and other types of waste. To gain those minerals from recycling makes a lot more sense than to get them by digging up new places in the deep ocean or by hauling back nodules from the deep sea and wrecking the ocean ecosystem globally in the process. And so promoting a circular economy is not just a hypothetical possibility anymore. It's a necessity if we're going to have some of these new technologies that we hope, we don't know, but some of these new technologies that we hope will give us a lower carbon footprint as we source electricity for homes and companies and factories. So in order to take what has been one of the best kept secrets, actually, that's been disturbing to many of us, and it's been disturbing to me and to the Herbert W. Hoover Foundation that nobody knows that deep sea mining, almost got Loihi off of Hilo, is coming soon to an ocean near you, that leases have already been let, and that there are people who run around holding up these nodules in their hand, even though they're radioactive, and claim that this is the solution to the energy transition. So we decided we'd better make a film, a documentary film. And the name of that documentary film is called Defend the Deep. It took about 6 months to create the film. It's a 20-minute documentary. It's free online, and you can see it when you like on demand at the following URL called The Deep Movie. And The Deep Movie is a link to the Facebook and YouTube link that will take you right to it here, The Deep Movie. And The Deep Movie will answer the next question that I'm sure everybody has and that our moderators will have in a few minutes. What can the average person do about this? And the first thing, obviously, is to learn about it because it's hidden from us, 18,000 feet under the ocean is a pretty good hiding place. And then you can go to this website, Defend Deep, and it has an action link in order to write to the International Seabed Authority. And never think that a small group of people dedicated cannot make global change. It is actually the growing awareness of the damage that can be done and will be done by deep sea mining, not just among Pacific Trust Territory residents who make up most of the narrative of our film, but they have been communicating through this website and others with the International Seabed Authority. And the result has been, as of July meeting, no reversal of the International Seabed Authority's effort to keep the lid on extraction until you can come up with mitigation strategies and ways to do it safely. We now know that that's holding. Delicate balance, but it's holding. We now know that a couple dozen countries are calling for a moratorium on the extraction phase. That's because of the education and because people weigh in at this website and through other mechanisms. And we also know that the pro-development proposed executive director at the International Seabed Authority did not get reelected, and by a wide margin. biologically knowledgeable and sensitive executive director did manage to get elected at the July meeting of the International Seabed Authority. So we have progress being made in this invisible, hidden process. And how does this affect us here? Well, the transition to a lower carbon energy source has direct implications right here at home. We spent the latter part of last year, many of us were very active in this, trying to protect little old Fort Ross State Historic Park from being developed as a gigantic pump storage facility in which salt water would be taken from the Greater Farallon Station Marine Sanctuary, illegal to do that, by the way, pumped to the top of a nearby mountain up on Stevie Ridge, and then used to run turbines back down the mountain and discharge that tailwater into the National Marine Sanctuary, also illegal. And this was a 4-month knockdown, drag-out fight before the government authorities here in the U.S., which we won. We managed to save Fort Ross State Park, historic park, from becoming a storage facility for most likely wind-generated electricity brought ashore by a substation, somewhere along the coast here. So all these things, they say, think globally, act locally, and we've been doing that now for 50 years. I thank everyone who's been a part of this. It's not easy. It takes patience. It takes training and mentoring the next generation, or you wind up with something that you just couldn't believe could happen to a place so close to home as Fort Ross State Historic Park, which of course the ground transitioned sideways 12 feet during the 1906 earthquake. Not a great place for a dam and a pump storage facility. So the question is, can we maintain, will we together be able to maintain the kind of protection that we've all done? People say, oh, Richard, thank you. I don't say, Richard, thank you. I say, thank you, the millions of people who have done and will hopefully continue doing what you've been doing. And for that, I am just so grateful, and especially to the next generation that's learning about this today and in the future. Please check out our film. Please go to this website and see what you can do literally today about something that has such a profound impact on the global ocean. Thank you, Scott, Teresa, and Leigh Anne for letting me be here today.
Thank you, Richard. That's Richard Charter. He's the senior fellow with the Ocean Foundation and also serves separately as the director of the Friends of Coastal Coordination. And he is co-chair of the National Outer Continental Shelf Coalition, or OCS. And Richard, you gave us so much information in that last 50 minutes or so, and we appreciate hearing about all these critical issues regarding the deep ocean and the documentary that you and others created, and the information you were telling us about the International Seabed Authority. And I just want to let our listeners know, too, that you're listening to KGUA 88.3 FM in Wallala, California, on the southern Mendocino coast, also the northern Sonoma coast. Richard is down in Sonoma Coast in Bodega Bay, and the Ocean Foundation works in Washington, D.C. This is Scott and Tree Mercer along with me from the Mendonoma Whale and Seal Study that studies and observes all the whales and marine life here on our coast, and they've done it for many years on the other coast. They've had decades of studying whales, and Teresa's a biologist who taught for 35 years in education in Long Island, New York. So they're with me today. We're doing the 6th annual Ocean Life Symposium. And I'm Leigh Anne Lindsey again. And we just now want to ask a couple of questions. I'm going to give the chair over to both Scott and Tree Mercer.
Yeah, hi, Richard, and thank you. I do have a question, if you don't mind going back a couple of years with a issue we had here. That was the removal of the rats from the Farallons and the process in doing so. Tree had just heard of it. It's going to go ongoing, is what you heard. And they were going to remove all of the owls.
The burrowing
Burrowing
owls.
Do you want to tell Richard? Like, you're the one who told me. So.
Yes, I recently took a course offered by the American Cetacean Society, the San Francisco chapter, and they did address this just the other night. And it was my understanding that they would like to move forward with removing the rats, and part of the mitigation was to literally trap and get the burrowing owls off the island when they do administer the poison, and to do it at a time when there the least amount of birds nesting there or visiting there. But if you could give us an update on that, and where it stands, it's a very important issue.
This has been a controversy that's gone on for the last roughly 10 years. An organization in Petaluma called Point Blue would be basically, they created the environmental impact report, environmental impact statement for the feds, and said that it could be done safely by removing the burrowing owls and using helicopters to drop tons of a rodenticide pellet attractive to mice. What they're trying to get rid of is mice on the island. And the mice attract about a dozen burrowing owls every fall. And the burrowing owls eat a lot of mice, which is a good thing, probably, although the burrowing owls are displaced from their habitat on the mainland to even bother to go to the Farallon. So on the southeast Farallon Islands, you would trap about 12 burrowing owls, hopefully safely, and take them somewhere else and scare away all of the other birds that live on the southeast Farallon. Scare them away completely so they aren't there when the poison is dropped, except they claim that they will accidentally, inadvertently kill about 1,100 western gulls, some of which will wash up on our beaches here in Northern California. This is a compressed version of this. So where this stands right now is the Congress is cutting the funding to the U.S. Department of Interior Fish and Wildlife Service so significantly that it appears that Point Blue, the executor of this project, will no longer have a presence on the Farallon Islands effective April of 2025 because there's no money. The other thing that has happened is the burrowing owl has just been nominated last week for endangered species status here in California, which would make it, if in fact this becomes final, and it's not a final deal. I mean, this is one of those things kind of like the similarity with deep seabed mining is the entire ecosystem gets poisoned in this case. I don't think that the ability to do this, it's tangled up right now with a lot of problems. I don't think it's going to happen, but I never predict that it's not over until it's over. I mean, I've got predators outside of my window eating rodents. The whole food chain would have this poison in it, and it causes animals to slowly bleed to death internally. So it's not a great thing to dump into an ecosystem where you will have California listed burrowing owls to deal with. I think it's probably dead, but I'm certainly not relaxing. The Farallons are really part of the ecosystem of the Bay Area. They're certainly part of, and this has been going on since poor Barack Obama was president. He didn't want anything to do with this. I would say a President Harris would probably run screaming from the room if anybody proposed this. And a Donald Trump, God help us, would not fund it. He would say it's a ridiculous waste of time. So I think in Washington, at least, they believe it's dead.
Okay. Thank you for that.
And that's an hour and a half compressed into 5 minutes
Yeah.
for that issue.
But one thing
But-
that struck me, to get back to the deep sea, is this should be very meaningful to everyone who listened today, is the fact that the COVID tests that I bet almost everyone has had to use in the last 4 to 5 years, these tests were derived from something that existed on that seafloor. You said the potential for cancer treatments, and it could all be there. And how wise would it be for leases to be administered to allow them to destroy that habitat that we know so little about? So I really appreciate you bringing these meaningful examples to our attention, out of sight, out of mind. So, but we can't exist by that philosophy.
It turns out that the life forms, again, that we know so little about, and we explain a lot of this in our movie, the life forms themselves are different, obviously, than terrestrial life forms, and they're not getting energy directly from the sun. They're living off of whale falls. They're living off of, in the case of the hydrothermal vent communities, which are very unique, a chemosynthetic process, which might be useful to us someday in terms of energy transmission and that sort of thing. But our movie explains a lot of this. And the fact is that we can't invent processes that follow a life form on the deep seabed, but we can use them. We can learn from them and use them if we don't destroy them first. I mean, one of the folks who helped us immeasurably with the movie said, when you define what you protect, you define what you destroy.
Mm.
And here on the Northern California coast, we're a little spoiled because we worked very hard for many decades to get a series of 4, soon to be 5, national marine sanctuaries. A new one will be the first indigenous national marine sanctuary called the Shumash Sanctuary off of San Luis Obispo County. But we forget that not everywhere on the planet cares about all of these places. But we need to remember that, hey, there are people on islands who believe their life came from the deep sea, and maybe they know something we don't. Maybe we can learn from them. And so they appear throughout our documentary.
And every second breath we take.
Yeah, every second breath we take.
That's right. So it affects all of us. And in this last minute, Richard, I just had a question on the International Seabed Authority. And you mentioned it just elected a new director. And
Right.
how much authority do they have and what their focus is?
They are the administrative governance authority over 54% of the world's ocean. And they actually granted these leases, and they administer these leases. They're allowing only exploration so far between Hawaii and Baja. It's a long stretch of country. I mean, we're talking about a piece of ocean as wide as the U.S. Mainland. And they will, if the metals company and some of these other large corporate interests continue to pressure them, they will open it to development, and then Katie bar the door. This will become a new industry with all of the pollution and all of the impacts and the loss of life we don't even understand will happen. So yes, they have a tremendous amount of authority. They're kind of like a shadow government, if you will.
Well, that is Richard Charter. He is the senior fellow at the Ocean Foundation, also co-chair of the National Outer Continental Shelf Coalition. Richard, thank you for joining us today on the 6th annual Ocean Life Symposium. We are going from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. Pacific today, everyone. It is just now at the noon hour. Thank you again. We're going to transition into our next guest, but thank you, Richard, for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. And thank you for coming on to Resilient Earth Radio and podcast as well, which is available on all most all podcast platforms right now. And with me today are my co-producers and co-hosts of that podcast and also the founders of the Ocean Life Symposium, and that's Scott and Tree Mercer of the Mendonoma Whale and Seal Study. This is KGUA in Wallala, 88.3 FM. We are independent public radio on the Northern California coast, and we have with us now Michael Stalker, who can talk to us a lot more about the impact of human-generated sounds on our oceans. He's an acoustician and naturalist by trade and a musician by avocation. He has written and spoken about marine bioacoustics and the impacts ocean noise pollution has on marine life since 1992, presenting in national and regional hearings, national and international television, radio and news publications, and museums, schools, and universities. His understanding of both physics and biology has proven invaluable in court testimony and legal briefs defending the environment against the dangers of those human-generated noises in the sea. We are so lucky to have you on our symposium today, Michael, and you've been before, and welcome back.
Thanks a lot, Leigh Anne. I'm really honored to be here. And yeah, great hearing this lineup. Wonderful people today. And thanks, Richard, for your stalwart and assiduous work protecting our ocean. So yeah, thanks a lot.
Yes, and now we are going to turn it over to you for the next 15 minutes or so.
Okay, I will share my screen here. If we can find there's that one that I wanted to get to. What I should do is I should start the slideshow from the start.
And this is Michael Stalker, who is with the Ocean Conservation Foundation. He's the executive director.
Yeah, Ocean Conservation Research and OCR.org is our website. We have all kinds of assets on that. We have a sound library for the kids. Actually, the big kids too. I have fun with it. But I basically entered into this understanding that the ocean is an acoustic environment. And I was just kind of mulling it over yesterday. I kind of got involved, like a lot of people about my age, when Jacques Cousteau presented us with the silent world. And it was visually very compelling, but the silent part of this, part of it set my business back 20 years. And, you know, really it was only when Roger Payne came out with his Songs of the Humpback Whale that people started saying, oh, it's not silent down there. It's actually quite beautiful. So one of the things to think about is in a terrestrial environment, you know, we can see millions of miles, but we can't hear really natural sounds more than 100 feet, or we can hear them, but we can't really, they lose their resolution. And it's kind of the opposite in the undersea world, where you can hear something thousands of miles, but you lose visual resolution within a few feet, so or a couple hundred feet at best. So it's kind of the opposite. And animals in the ocean have been adapting to this for a lot longer than terrestrial animals have, because we kind of came out of there. So there's some adaptations we're just starting to discover right now. One of the things I'd like to do is do a kind of a guessing game here. But because we're not live interaction right now, we'll just kind of play it by ear, literally and figuratively. So presenting these various sounds various animals are making, and then you know, kind of think about what they might be. But this is a very ubiquitous sound in coastal waters. Oh, you know what I should do? Am I share? Are people hearing that? I should have shared my let me share.
I'm not hearing anything just
Yeah,
yet.
I didn't share my sound as well that was
Ah,
my mistake.
that's okay. But I think it is better coming from your presentation than through our board. So let's see if we can hear it.
Yeah, let me share here. Well, stop share. I should share. There should be a little share sound. Where is the share
Oh,
sound?
that's on. Are you using Microsoft's PowerPoint?
Yes.
There is a option that you choose. I don't,
Layouts and options.
and then you share audio.
Yeah, I don't see the share audio part of this. Oh my gosh, what are we gonna do?
Well, let's see. We need to bring up PowerPoint and take a look at it while you talk. Why don't you do that? Just continue talking and we'll see if we
Well,
can.
and the next part of the talk is a whole bunch of sounds.
Oh, right, right.
Because typically they have a little share sound.
Yes. Oh, you know what? Maybe even on Zoom, if there's a share sound.
Share
Yeah,
screen.
there is. Share sound. I'm checking this right now, and let's just see if that works.
Okay, let's
Now,
see.
that's my share sound.
It's
So
on your side. Okay, let's see here.
actually, you need to select it, I believe. So if you go on to share on Zoom, click that and look on the right under options. It shows share sound. And see,
Yeah, I'm not seeing share sound on my Zoom window.
all right, well, let's
Share, but it doesn't do that. It just shares the screen.
maybe that's only the host then. Maybe I think it is from the PowerPoint.
No, it's not from the PowerPoint. It's always been
From Zoom?
from Zoom, right?
Okay.
Remote control summary annotate.
Wonder, hold shift to select to desktop.
Oh, screen sharing. Maybe this has it.
Oh, share. Let's try this. Try
Try
it.
this again.
Try it one more time.
Okay, hold on a second. Stop share when it starts sharing again. Share screen. Okay.
I'm going to stop my share so that may work better.
Can you hear that?
No, not yet.
Oh gosh.
I know. Well, let's see.
I'm
We'll figure this out.
going to pause the share for a second. Stop share.
So you did select the
Apps more.
share.
Captions. Share sound. I found it. Hiding. Now let's see if this works.
They do that to us sometimes.
Now it's not advancing.
Okay.
Hearing that?
Not yet. I know. Let's see. Let's see. You're using PowerPoint. I do remember that there is an option or a setting.
It has sharing mono sound. It says share sound.
Okay.
Wait.
Because it should be able to, when you share a presentation, share sound also because you share.
Yeah, it's a little three dots along the top.
Yeah.
And it's not doing it here. Stop share. Let me start again. Cancel. AI is imposing itself into my life again. Okay, so we want to do that. So one, we want to share. And then we want to go up to the top here, share, and go here, and it says share sound. Okay, we'll see if it, let me turn this off too.
Now, Michael, Scott is telling us that he actually can hear the sound, which is
Oh,
odd.
he can.
Yeah, but I'm
But
not
you can't.
through our radio. But he may be hearing it through Zoom, which
Well, it is going to be playing through Zoom. That's what the objective is
I'm
here.
just trying to get it out on radio too. I hope it goes to YouTube as well.
Yeah. And how am I going to blow this up again? Let's see, full screen view. No. This is giving me grief. All the typical things that I use on this are okay. I'm going to stop sharing for a second. Then I'm going to share again. And in the process of sharing, oh, come on. This is hopeless.
All right. Let's see. I know, but most of it is on. Oh, could you share your website where you have sounds? Would that help?
No, that would be way too complicated.
Okay. Well, share is only sharing my screen, so I can't do that.
Yes, I'm not, I don't even have, the Zoom is not coming up right now for me.
Okay.
I'm going to hang up on the Zoom if I can.
Well,
I-
I see you. We all see you. We hear you over radio,
Okay, good.
and we see you on YouTube.
And I don't see myself here.
It could be hidden on the bottom of your screen. The Zoom icon.
No, it's not doing this.
Okay.
I can't even get it up.
Scott, why don't you come on and talk a little bit for
Yeah,
us? Michael gets his
I'm
audio.
gonna quit Zoom and I'm gonna open it up again and we'll see where we are.
All right, that sounds good. Thank you, Michael. In the meantime, you are listening to KGUA in Wallala 88.3,
There
and we've got the 6th annual Ocean Life Symposium going on right now, and Michael Stocker is one of the foremost experts when it comes to sounds in the ocean, and now he's sharing screen with us.
And
Again.
and I gotta share the sound again.
Okay.
Scott was hearing the sound. Well, if so, it's on your board, Leigh Anne, that is not happening. And for some, let's get this open.
Did you share another sound again?
Let me get.
I know we're going to work it out.
All I'm seeing when I share screen now is the KGUA. That's where we are. Okay.
Well, that's because I have my video off. If I have my video on, then you'd see me.
Green here. That goes here. Okay, I'm seeing you now.
Right. And now we're just seeing you and your presentation.
And for some bizarre reason, I am just seeing you.
Well, that's okay. Maybe because let me just switch. It should be to speaker. And let's see, side-by-side speaker, side-by-side multi-speaker. I tell you what, technology is so much fun. It should be speaker only, and for some reason it's shifted. So let me do immersive. Maybe that's it. No, that's not what I want. That's something AI too. Side-by-side speaker, immersive, multi-speaker. Well, you have us on the side right now, but you're
Okay.
definitely sharing your screen. Let's just see if we can hear your audio.
Okay, let's try here.
Yes, success.
Okay, good. So now we know
Away, Michael.
this is a very ubiquitous sound in the ocean, as we were saying 5 minutes ago. There's a snapping shrimp, and it's a really interesting animal. They're predators. They snap their claws so fast this cavitation bubble comes out and stuns their prey, and they can eat their prey. And they're all over the place. And there are a number of different varieties, different species. But when you stick your head underwater, it sounds like champagne. That's pretty much what you're hearing. Another invertebrate here. About that. It's only all of them are going to be snapping shrimp. Okay, we're going to move on to the next sound here. Okay, well, that's a lobster. Rock lobster. And this is a. You can hear the snapping shrimp in the background, but that is that's a healthy reef with fishes grunting and lobsters snapping and the purring mantis shrimp. It's just too bad we couldn't hear them because these mantis shrimp are interesting. there's a number of different species, and they get up to almost oh, 2/3 of a meter in length. Some of the big ones do, but they burrow together, the male and the female, and then they go through these kind of purring maneuvers when they're feeling frisky, and they'll live 20, 25 years in the same burrow together. So very fidel to this animal. Okay.
At least the sounds are coming over, and now we see on the screen marine fish and
Yeah,
selection
well,
of
unfortunately, that I checked these yesterday and the sounds were fine, so I'm not sure what's going on. Okay, I'm not getting sense.
There you go.
Boy, that something is very weird here.
Aha.
That's something else.
What is that?
That is, there are these ice seals that this is the Weddell, this is Antarctic seal, Weddell Sea, and they make these sounds in very strange ways, and we have a collection of them up in the Arctic as well. You know, ringed seal and bearded seal and what have you, and they make these really spacey sounds. This is another odd thing that the challenge about trying to associate sounds with animals in the ocean is you have to really see them and hear them at the same time. And because sound travels so well in the ocean, you're not exactly sure where they're coming from. So this one here was odd. It was a minke whale. And minke whales have these interesting sounds they make. That one they call the Star Wars sound. And they also pulse. And I put a piece out about them chorusing like crickets, that they synchronize their pulses like crickets do, which is an interesting way of doing long distance communication, because you know when you're synchronized with another animal that's across the yard or 3 kilometers away, that when they change their pulse rate, they will communicate something. So with the crickets, for example, if you go in the backyard and they're all kind of synchronized away and chirping, how do they do that? How do they synchronize with an animal that's across a long way away from mechanism is right next to each other? Well, they have this neurological blanking that happens. So when they chirp, they can't hear themselves. And when they're trying to synchronize with other chirping that's going on in the area, if they hear chirping, they're not in sync. So they basically, everybody kind of adjusts their chirping so that they don't hear anything. And why would they do that? Well, if I come and encroach on one of the crickets and it slows down a little bit, all the other crickets will say, oh, there's something going on over there. So it's kind of like a community ear. And my suspicions are that these rorquals, the minkies and the sea whales, fin whales, and blue whales that do pulse, that they may be doing the same type of thing, where they can actually somehow communicate over long distances with this pulsing that they're doing. And as the pulses move around, they're communicating something to each other about the space that they mutually inhabit. These are the carpenter fish. That's what the old sailors used to call them, but they are sperm whales, and very complex animals, and that people are trying to decipher, because they do have recognizable codas and patterns and whatever. So if they have patterns that are recognizable and repeatable, you might say that they carry meaning to them, that they somehow, by repeating things or phrasing them in different orders or what have you, that they may be conveying complex ideas. Seeing as that these fish are carpenter fish, these whales have a very complex social structure, as we heard about earlier today, actually with the orcas, that what they are communicating through sound is every bit as complex. Now, we're just finding out about birds. Birds will have a signature signal that they make. You can identify them. Some are more complex than others, but some are fairly simple, like towhees, for example. They just beep. They just kind of beep every once in a while. But they're now realizing that the time discrimination that these animals have within the bracket of their phonation is incredibly tight. So humans can discriminate differences in time domain, between 20 and 30 milliseconds. To get an idea of what delay that would be. If somebody is standing 30 feet away from you and claps their hand, and you try to clap your hand at the same time, the time it takes to travel that 30 feet is about 30 milliseconds. So that's when we start hearing a significant delay. What they're finding in some birds is that they can discriminate time differentials of like 2 milliseconds. So when they have their little chirp that they do, or their little signal that they do, micro changes in that may be conveying some kind of meaning. So they're not just kind of repeating the same old thing over and over again. They may actually be conveying in the time domain differences of disposition or things that they're recognizing, what have you. Okay, so what's this last guy? We don't know what's embedded in those sounds, but we also know, as we heard before, these are very complex social animals. They have symbolic meaning in the things that they do and the sounds that they make. So anyways, I do this by way of introducing the fact that the ocean is an acoustic environment. And so whatever sounds we bring into it, what we introduce into it, are going to have some impact. We're not sure exactly how or why. For example, fish that live in a very tormented intertidal area with waves and whatever, it's a very loud environment. Or a salmon that's swimming in a stream that's frisky, it's very loud, and all of a sudden a little caddisfly lands on top of the surface of the water, and this animal the fish can locate it. Well, that may be because they can discriminate the difference between coherent and incoherent sounds. So the sound that is set out by something that disturbs the water is coherent in the context of that event that happened in that time, whereas all the splashing and turbulence or whatever is incoherent. So they may have some ways of filtering out the difference between coherent and incoherent sounds. And I could go on to this, like one of the things going back to the snapping shrimp, John Potter, interesting guy who has done a lot of fascinating work in the time domain, felt that was like an acoustic daylight, that snapping in the background actually provides fish that are swimming around at night times, particularly, can distinguish the difference between the incoherent sound of just the field of the snapping, and if that snap hits, a rock or a piece of coral or whatever, it then creates a coherent wavefront, and that coherent wavefront ends up letting the fish know, essentially, like shining a flashlight, the extent of its environment. So, and he was able to actually carry this out to the point where he was able to use snapping shrimp sounds to resolve objects in the water at 20 meters. It was pretty interesting. Anyways, so when we introduce sound in the water, we are introducing it both in the frequency domain as well as the time domain. There's a lot of energy in certain sounds we're putting in the water. For example, why I have this piece up right now on offshore wind. This is kind of what we're talking about here in the United States, that on the Atlantic seaboard, they're talking about putting 3,000, eventually 3,000 wind turbines in to support the power grid of the Atlantic states there. And then in California, the plans right now are to have one off of Morro Bay, Monterey Bay area, which is they're doing a lot of work on that now, and also off of Humboldt. And they were going to do a Diablo Canyon. There's some kind of entanglements with the Chumash Heritage National Marine Sanctuary. And so, we're moving ahead a little faster than I'd like, because there are sounds that are coming out of this which we really don't know the impact. And there is to demonstrate this is something that Aaron Mooney put a great piece together, which really is a kind of reveals all these different parts of this development of offshore wind. The first thing that they need to do once they determine an area that they want to put them, and the areas are determined as much as anything else by connectivity to the existing grid, is they have to survey it. And there's different types of survey systems that are happening that typically involve sound. I mean, there's deep water surveys which involve longer wavelength sounds, which are typically between 12 and 30 kilohertz, which are right there in the sweet spot of the phonations of adonocete, but can be heard also by mystocetes. They have sometimes different types of impulse sounds, so they can read the texture and subtexture of the benthic habitat with sparkers and boomers. There are kind of smaller versions of air guns that are used for deeper penetration for fossil fuel exploration, but they nonetheless do make sounds. And then, so I'm going to go through this series here. When they start doing construction on the Atlantic, there's pile driving because they're shallow enough to basically use piles to build these structures off of. So I'm going to kind of go through in series here. This is some of the signals. This is, I say, the pinger, the chirper, the spark or boomer. They're all different depths of determination of how the seafloor is constructed, and you need that if you're going to be doing pile driving, particularly the deeper the chirper and the spark or boomer, because you want to know if the substrate is stable enough. But also just the acoustical side scan and synthetic aperture radar sonars. Which will give you the texture of the sea bottom and bounces off. They make a lot of noise, but individually, if you look at the incidental harassment authorizations that are basically talk about what sounds are going to be used on these things, in context, they don't necessarily exceed regulatory thresholds. So oftentimes they're kind of running these things out as fast as possible. The problem is that this was an unusual mortality event. We call them UMEs that happened in New Jersey between 2021 and 22, or 22 and 23. Was over December, January, and there was a lot of humpbacks that washed up. And so I'm going to tread into some kind of tenuous waters here. There are a lot of inimical factors that want to halt any offshore wind, and those are people who are worried about what they'll look like, about industrialization of the ocean, taking the romantics away from it. But there's also a lot of oil and gas companies who don't want that to happen, and so they fund these astroturf groups that put up a fight about these particular things, and it's a tangled mess, particularly when there was a React Alliance, for example, on this coast here that just popped up out of nowhere, and there's all of a sudden this big organization that's got 8, 9 people working for them full time, and I don't know where they got the money. It doesn't look like it came directly from the citizens around there. Most of us nonprofit organizations have to shake the tin cup, so it just kind of sprung up, and so I had some interactions with them. They seem a little bit suspicious that they may be funded by fossil fuel. So I don't like getting into this. And I was asked by the people who were doing the legal inquiry on this to do an assessment of what was happening. And I was reluctant at first until I actually looked at the evidence. And it turns out, while each individual one of these on the left side were individual efforts, and each one of them got incidental harassment authorization specific to that effort. Where this UME happened, it turns out all 14 of them were doing this at the same time in a very limited area. And so that's kind of fishy. Yeah, 22, 23, it says there.
Michael, since this is the radio, could you tell people what is on the left side that you're talking about on
Oh,
this?
yeah. Okay. So there are basically 14 different applications for incidental harassment authorizations over the course of essentially a year and a half. And each of the individual IHAs were issued. But then they had this event there, and there's a lot of people saying, well, you know, those IHAs were issued because none of them exceeded threshold. But it turns out that between December 22 and January 23, all 14 that where the UME happened, 14 of these surveys were happening simultaneously. And so what I basically quitted to in my assessment was like, you know, if the neighbor next door is blowing off firecrackers, it's annoying and I can leave the area and get away from it. But if I leave and I find that everybody everywhere is blowing off firecrackers, and I don't know why, because I'm a whale and I'm not, a 4th of July patriot, I might freak out a little bit, and basically it might compromise my vigilance, raise my stress levels or whatever. So that was the argument that I put forth. They're still kicking it around right now, and we'll see. But I think that when we're talking about offshore wind as a solution to our energy problems, is something that Richard mentioned. We can't just unplug the pipeline and plug in the power cable and head towards the same cliffs. And that's essentially my position on this. But there's a lot of people who really are hot to trot on offshore wind because there's a lot of money to be made. Okay, let's see what my next slide is here. Just to give you an idea how big these things are, this is like 150 people collected who are all responsible for building this 14 megawatt generator, which will be driven by these 300-meter long blades. And here you have them in size. If you live in the San Francisco area, they're as tall as the Salesforce Tower is. And the Willis Tower is Chicago. I guess I should have gotten an iconic New York one as well. But in any event, they're quite large. They're really big. And this is the second phase here, which is the pile driving for the shallow water structures. There's a monopile and tripod, jacketed bases. And what they do is they have these pile driving hammers, essentially, and they locate the pile. There's a number of different ways. I mean, they try to excavate it, they drill it out. They have different types of hydraulic mining bases on these things to try to figure out how to keep them as quiet as possible. But what you see here is these large ships with these giant hammers on them, and they bang away. And here's some sound of that. That's actually a pretty small one. That's probably a pile that's maybe a meter. This one up in the upper left-hand corner here, that is probably a 20-meter wide pile. They go up to 25 meters. That becomes a bit larger.
And Michael is talking on radio here too, as well as YouTube. He's showing us on YouTube all of these individual pile driving entities. So that's exactly what he's trying to describe here. Go ahead, Michael.
Yeah. Here's another. Damn shrimp. That shrimp's not in everywhere. I don't know what happened. I gotta go back. Yesterday I checked all these sounds and they were exactly what I wanted them to be, but the shrimp got ubiquitous. I said that's because I said the word ubiquitous, and then all of a sudden it became that. One of the things,
these are huge platforms that
they're gargantuan.
Out in the ocean.
Yeah, they're gargantuan. I mean, they really, and then these kind of sweeps of bubbles. One of the ways that they try to attenuate it is they create these bubble curtains, which basically creates an acoustic impedance difference between the pile driving and the water surrounding it. But they, it takes a lot of energy to do that. It's and for the benefit of the radio, I'm going to move to the next slide here. Oh, more visuals here. Out in the West Coast where we are, it's too deep. You're talking about 200-300 meters or more. So they have these floating mechanisms. One is
This
a
is
monopile.
exactly what I was wondering about too. How do they anchor them when they're so deep out in our oceans? And
Well,
you can go to YouTube and watch this on KGUA's YouTube channel. Go ahead, Michael.
yeah. So yeah, I mean, they anchor it. They have these tethers, and the tripod anchoring or the monopod anchoring. They have these three tethers that kind of hold it in place. The tension leg is probably a little less damaging from a habitat environment standpoint because it goes straight down. They don't, one of the concerns I have, not so much the tethers because they start down low, they're pretty steep at the top, but the inner wiring of these things we have out here in the with the California current upwelling, we have lunge feeding whales, the humpback whales and the sea whale and the blue whale. They lunge feed. They basically go to where there's large aggregations of prey fish typically, or krill or what have you, and they lunge into them. I'm wondering what might happen if these animals, which naturally aggregate around the forage fish and what have you, they aggregate around obstacles. If one of these whales that has its jaw wide open hits one of those cables, I worry about that. But anyways, that's not part of this presentation. One of the things I got into here recently, and I've got a paper in review right now about this, is that we know that when you have turbines, the turbine blades moving through and transferring wind energy into directional energy, which turns the turbines, they displace wind, they displace air. And what happens, we're familiar with this, if this is not the snapping shrimp. So that's a helicopter. We know they're pretty loud, and we can often hear them before they kind of arrive. Something shifts, and all of a sudden, like, what's going on? And it's this low frequency sound. But, these helicopters, we're hearing, 3 to 5 hertz, that thumping. These large propellers create the same kind of what they call blade vortex interaction. It's where a vortex shed off of one blade is struck by the following blade. And that's what that thumping is. Well, this happens also with the wind turbines. And this was a paper that was put out by Geological Survey of Canada. And these show both the seismic as well as the acoustical output of these things. And this is down to 1 cycle per second here. And we've got, I converted this to what we hear in air. It's about 45 dB RE 20 micropascal. But then here, as it gets lower down to like 0.1 hertz, that's one cycle every 10 seconds. There's a lot of energy in that, and it continues to go up. This other panel here, for the sake of the radio audience, also shows there's a lot of seismic movement that's a consequence of this. So it's actually moving the earth around it. And this is an array of 4 3-megawatt Vestas. So that's 12 megawatts. I showed you the large 14 megawatt turbine, and that is one of many that we'll be putting in kind of the 3,000 off the coast here. Why is this low frequency noise a problem? We can't hear it, but it turns out birds use microbaromes and barometric pressure to sense where they are. They hear wind blowing across mountain ranges, or they can hear the change in pressure above as the swells in the ocean move. They can hear earthquakes or different types of interference. And I think as important as anything else, when they hear or they sense a decrease in barometric pressure that reflects essentially oncoming weather fronts. If it's an unstable decrease, they know that it's the beginning of a weather front and they're going to be buffeted by wind, so they don't get up in the air. But when they get a consistent decrease in barometric pressure, they will get up in the air, and then they can get some tailwinds, and they can travel, 300 or 400 kilometers a day with a good tailwind. So that is how the birds use this really low frequency pressure gradient, changes in pressure gradients. So it is sound, because we sense sound by pressure gradients or pressure variations in the air, but it's the same energy conversion or energy transfer function that's happening with barometric pressure. It just, in barometric pressure, is happening a lot lower frequencies. So here's another component of this. You wonder why flocks of pigeons circle like they do. Well, it's an interesting paper on this, having to do with infrasound as a cue for navigation, that when they circle, they can actually get a Doppler shift of 5-6%, and that will give them an idea of where low frequency, long wavelength acoustical energy is coming toward them. They can kind of localize using that. And so that's how, when these pigeons they'll circle for a while and then they'll head off in a direction. The thought is they're calibrating their compass, their barometric compass, by doing the circling. Okay, now again, this is a weather predictor. It looks at barometric pressure and temperature, and again, for the sake of the radio audience here, as the pressure, as the barometric pressure goes down, you can expect a weather front to come in, and at the speed it goes down will often be correlated with the savageness of the storm front. If it goes down really fast, you know that you've got a big storm happening. And if it goes down slowly, it's just, regular old weather. So where was the first cue that these animals sense this? There's been for the last 100 or so years, a race of the homing pigeon race between Nantes in France and various pigeon pens up in England. And they were running these in 1978, and they have 100,000 pigeons that it's a big event. In 1978, they were expecting to take, 6 to 8 hours to get there. They did not arrive. And finally, over the course of a few days, about 40,000 of them did arrive, and 60,000 of them were lost. So what was this about? This guy, John Hagstrom, was kind of pawing around in this and realized what was happening is at that time they were flying the supersonic transport. And one of the problems with those is that they have this sonic boom, which has got a lot of energy in it at speed. We used to hear the SR-71 flying over Los Angeles area when I grew up there, and you hear this boom, and there's a ton of energy in that. And what he speculated was that, and there was a correlation between the flights of these Concords going across the English Channel, that these animals were deafened. Their low frequency perceptual sense got deafened by that quick energy shift that happened in those. And there's been some other variations on this inquiry. So it seems like, unfortunately, they're not flying the Concords anymore, but these animals are very sensitive to pressure gradients that are below what we call sound. When we talk about sound regulation, typically the low end of our regulatory guidelines are like 20 hertz, because that's what we hear. But these other animals are hearing lower signals than that. And if we're putting these turbines along the Atlantic seaboard, for example, or out here, it's highly likely that they are going to have some impact on birds' ability to be able to sense where they are. I've got two other images up on here. The one on the left side is got different energy curves at different wind velocities, and the spikes there are what happens when the blade intersects the stagnant air in front of the pole that holds up the turbine. You get the thump, another thump. So that's what those are about. On the right hand side here, this is a map of and I think this was up in the Black Sea. Where was it? Did it say? No, I think it was in Black Sea. Anyways, there's an array of turbines here. The black line at the bottom is a kilometer. So they're basically, a kilometer squared. And there's a handful of maybe 30 of them or something like that. And it shows radar track seabirds avoiding where this particular wind farm is. Okay, this is maybe not the same thing in terms of them navigating, getting navigation cues, but they are clearly avoiding where these turbines are placed. And we're talking about, essentially 100 square kilometers of water surface that they're avoiding. That's habitat that they're not feeding on. They're getting out of there. So, this is another challenge here. So a lot of the discussion about birds and bats around turbines are them getting struck by the blades. But if they avoid it, that collision risk goes down a bit. So and I'm going to do this again. And this is the Atlantic seaboard here, where they're putting 3,000 of these things. That happens to be coincident with what we call the Atlantic flyway. So a majority of the birds, not a majority, but say 30% of the birds that travel between South America and North America on their migration path, they'll go along this flyway. Well, I hope we don't find out the hard way that this interferes with that, because at the point, there's a discussion when we're talking about offshore wind of adaptive management, meaning that once we see, or should we see, some kind of natural interference, we will stop and try to figure out how to fix it. This is way too large and way too systematic. When you have 80,000 jobs being put to a task and you find out that it's interfering with the flight paths of all the migratory birds that go along the Atlantic flyway, at what point in time do you adapt to that? So it's a concern I have. And this is really great for the radio audience here. This is an equation that talks about the transparency of the air-water boundary. The common understanding is that you have like a 60 dB decrease in acoustical amplitude between sounds delivered in the air and how it transmits or reflects off the water surface. That is kind of a rule of thumb that's used given the bandwidth of human hearing. But we're talking about bandwidths that are, to a kilometer or 2 kilometers above the water and 15 kilometers underwater. When you have those wavelengths, the air-water boundary is transparent completely. So what ends up happening is that noise that's being generated above water is also going underwater. And that's where we run into this issue with migrating whales, because whales, how do they get around? How do they know where they are? And it's informed speculation. It's not something that you could really test in a lab. That these animals may be hearing certain types of current around seamounts or what have you. And Chris Clark did a study many years ago on this, tracking the paths of humpback whales from the Gulf of Alaska down to Hawaii, and they didn't go straight. So they're not using a compass. And they're obviously not looking at the stars. They're going over to the seamount here or down this channel here or what have you. And so they're seeming to orient towards geological features. one of the things that started to come up right now is that they make these long wavelength, low frequency sounds that can be heard, 1,000 kilometers away. They may be using this much like dolphins do in echolocating, that they'll create a pulse and that pulse will come back to them in a certain amount of time. And so they may be actually creating bioacoustic models in their head of the sound that's bouncing off the surrounding the surroundings in the ocean. It helps them navigate. Now we're talking about injecting all this low frequency sound into the ocean. How is that going to interfere? So the paper's in review right now. I have a feeling it might be a little bit of a blockbuster. But anyways, this is like migrating whales along the humpback whales and North Atlantic right whales along the Atlantic seaboard. And I know we're getting closing in here, so I'm not going to rap. I'll just talk a lot faster.
No, it's okay. You take your time. You're sharing
Okay.
very interesting information, Michael. Go ahead.
Good. So what's the solution to this problem? As I said, unplugging the power, the pipeline and plugging the power cable and heading toward the same direction is not what we need to do. What I'm suggesting is we look at our energy use and use less of it. And here's a map here, but this is public rail in Europe and public rail in the United States. So, and it's the same latitude. Longitude, excuse me. Same longitude. When I go to Europe, I can step off the tarmac, go downstairs and buy a train ticket to Moscow if I want to. And there's a lot of it's high-speed rail. Spain has got 3,000 miles of high-speed rail. I don't know, but that's just a number I know. There's other high-speed rail in France and other places that it's a lot easier to get around. Here in the United States, this is high-speed rail in China. Since 2012, they've put in 27,000 miles of high-speed rail in China. And you might have seen some of these sexy things. Here in the United States, we in California established the High-Speed Rail Authority in 1996 after decades of talking about it. And finally, in 2008, the passage of Proposition 1A followed awarding the federal stimulus funds in 2010, the initial funding for the California high-speed rail system, which is here. And the yellow is what has been developed since 2010.
And
It's basically
it's between Fresno, it looks like, and what city?
Fresno and Bakersfield.
Okay.
Between nowhere and nowhere. Sorry for those. So why is it taking so long? It's because the fossils, I think the reasoning behind trying to do it in the Central Valley initially was that they said, well, through eminent domain, we can, go through this farmland. It'll be a lot easier to kind of, run it and what have you. But every step along the way, the fossil fuel companies have been throwing up roadblocks and, eminent domain, bar fights and whatever, because the fossil fuel guys would much rather see bumper-to-bumper traffic on I-5 and much rather see airplanes lining up in the tarmac, at Bakersfield and Burbank and Ontario, LAX, whatever. Because this, the objective here is to get between downtown San Francisco and downtown Los Angeles in like 2.5 hours. When it's finished. The latest I saw is they think they're going to finish it by 2033.
Wow.
So, and that's like a 400-mile run. Meanwhile, in just the last 12 years, China's put in 27,000 miles of stuff. So, and depends on how the next election comes out, they may just erase this whole idea. So, so we got a problem. We got a car use problem here. Here's some pictures of things. The electrification of our automotive system. I have an electric car right now. I'm really happy about it. But 100 yards from my front door, there's a train platform that they tore out the tracks for in 1963. I used to be able to take a train from where I live out in the country to Sausalito, grab a ferry from Sausalito, take it downtown San Francisco, and be there in like an hour and 45 minutes. It takes me about that much time to drive it now.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that I have my own car. So I don't have to bother myself with reading books while I'm driving. So this Lightning class F-150 Ford truck here has got 5,000 pounds of batteries in it, which Richard was talking about. Where are we going to get all that stuff? And this Tesla has got a similar, takes 6 days to charge it, so you can drive around and look like a beast. So that's really kind of what I want to say. We need to use less energy, and I'm going to stop sharing my screen.
Because the whole point is the impact of human generated noise on our environment.
Well, it's not just
Right.
noise. I mean, what Rich was talking about is mining the nodules at the bottom of the sea. But any time you mine, you have to extract the minerals from the surrounding not the stuff that's not useful, and that takes usually an acid bath of some sort. So they have these tailing ponds when they do this work, and the tailing ponds, they're polluting water with acid. It's just a mess. We're not serving ourselves. We're so hung up with this idea that there's a correlation between how much energy we use and how much money our economy generates. We have to get out of this idea that we're consumers living in an economy and start thinking about being citizens living in society again. That's our challenge.
So you've been listening to Michael Stocker. He is an foremost expert when it comes to sound and so many other things. He's the executive director of the Ocean Conservation Research in Marin County. I'm Leigh Anne Lindsey. This is KGUA in Wallala, 88.3 FM. We are doing the Ocean Life Symposium today to raise awareness about a lot of these issues that Michael and Richard before him was talking about, and Josh McINNES before that. We still have another speaker coming on, but these are serious issues. I like the way that you raise them too, Michael, and that you're posing the problem and you're saying, okay, well, this is a solution that they've come up with, but is it the right solution? And from your perspective, with all your knowledge, what do you think some of the solutions are?
The easiest solution is what Emory Levinson calls the negawatt, using less energy. We have to get used to the idea of, not driving around in our own tank, whatever it is. And it's actually, every time I go to Europe on public transit, whatever, I mean, I enjoy the heck out of it. It's beautiful. I don't have to drive. I can read. I can do my work, and I meet nice people, and people are. So I was in Washington, D.C. in April, and I was going to go up to Pittsburgh to canvass. So I said, look, let me take train. Let me take Amtrak and see how long. Okay, it takes 5.5 hours to drive it in a car. 36 hours later, I was in Pittsburgh. And it wasn't just because it was slow. It's because these guys are just so incompetent. It was a total cartoon. I mean, it's it's at least a beer worth of laughing. But so we're behind. We need to get ahead.
We're behind. We need to get ahead. And Scott and Tree, Mercer are here with me from the Mendonoma Whale and Seal City. What are your comments here in the last couple of minutes before we transition to the next guest?
Well, whenever I listen to Michael like this, I'm always so full of thoughts that you raise.
Exactly. Me too.
Mind-boggling. You and Richard, two of you together.
Powerhouses.
Yeah, thank you. Every time you bring up the Roger Payne, I guess it's Chris Clark, and we talked about this when you did the podcast about whales using sound and how they can pinpoint where they want to go by this and that, and using the sound that way. I always like hearing that, because for a long time I thought, well, if they have these big voices and they have great hearing, as long as we're not making the ocean too loud for them to use, why do they have all that? And everybody just kept telling me, no, they're not doing that. And well, it's common sense. You're gonna, like the blue whales, going along in such deep water, traveling along at areas where the hydrophones and so forth had picked up. It's dark down there, and there's some mountains, and you want to know where they are. I think as a kid, I used to wonder about that. So, yeah, thanks for explaining that again. It's always helpful.
And you also brought up so many other words, and we don't have a lot of time here. We're still waiting for our next guest, but you talked about coherent, incoherent, phonation, birds, how they locate with low frequency sounds. I mean, there's so many things that you get us thinking about all these different sounds that are employed when you're going about any kind of installation of offshore wind turbines and things like that. So, Michael, now that young Ian is about to join us, Ian Bashir of the Ian Foundation, Ian Ocean Foundation, or Ian for Ocean, what would be your last words to our audience here?
Well, I mean, pertinent to this energy use thing, we just need to use less energy, and it's not a matter of wearing, Jimmy Carter there was 100th birthday. He made it. We celebrated that and up in Orca. And he was the guy who basically said, we have to take personal responsibility for this energy problem that we've identified here. And he put solar panels up on top of the White House. And as soon as Ronald Reagan came in, they tore them down. So it's an economic issue. I'll go back to the consumers living in an economy, which we became. That's what the neoliberal idea is. If we want to get back to where we need to be, we need to talk about living in a society as citizens. So I guess that's my last words.
Michael, you remember who Ronald Reagan was heavily invested with. I was living in California then too, and it was Standard Oil and him palling around with them, as Palin would say.
I'm sure you and I could have a long conversation about how Ronald Reagan completely disrupted California's civil society here and went on to take it national.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks for the opportunity. And I will, I guess I could sign off and go back on
yes,
to
and we again thank you, Michael Stocker. He's the executive director of the Ocean Conservation Research. You've got to take a look at their website. He's got lots of information up there about sounds in our oceans. He's got a lot of actual sounds that you can listen to that you were able to share with us at the beginning. Thank you, Michael. It is just after 1 o'clock. We're going to have to say goodbye to you, and
Thanks,
look
Michael.
forward to seeing you again.
thanks a lot. We'll see you guys later.
You bet. We'll be making this into a podcast too later in December.
Okay.
And you are listening to KGUA in Wallala 88.3 FM. We stream around the world at kgua.org. We're live on YouTube today, 5 hours on YouTube, and we'll break this up, and distribute it in smaller packages. But for right now, we're going to let it roll. And we have up with us now a new guest, and he's a 14-year-old Ian Bashir from Minnesota, Ian for Ocean. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, young Ian, we're so proud that you could join us. You've been the driving inspiration for your organization all the way from the age of 7. And this unprecedented passion that you've got for the ocean and its many ecosystems started when you were just 2 years old. And you've shown a profound love for the marine life. It displayed like your parents have written on your playmat, and you adored dolphins and octopus, but you also had this curiosity that took you on multiple whale watching tours, to beach cleanups, to marine conservation meetings, to learn and share your passion about marine life. And you've been giving presentations at various schools about whales, dolphins, sharks, endangered marine species, and sustainable seafood. And these presentations have become a critical component of your Ian for Ocean mission. And I'd like for you to talk to us now about your topic for today, educating kids about oceans and marine life. Thank you for joining us today.
Yeah, go ahead, Chief Krill.
Yes, Chief Krill.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Should I just
And I'm going to change the view on YouTube to speaker so that you can have the floor. Take it away.
can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
All right, sounds good. All right. So yeah, thank you for having me. It's really my honor to be a part of this year's Ocean Life Symposium. So today I want to talk about educating kids about oceans. This is a really important topic to me because I feel like for people to really understand, to really care about the ocean, they need to first understand what it is and be able to have that personal connection to the ocean so that they have more of a reason to make a difference. Um, so that's one of the main driving forces behind why I started Eon for Ocean. So what is Eon for Ocean? So a bit of an origin story. Back when I was little, um, I had the privilege of going to California to do several whale watching trips. And on those trips, I saw lots of the beautiful marine life from whales, dolphins, sea otters, all of that. But I also saw a lot of the problems that the ocean and marine life faces, from pollution to overfishing, climate change, and all of that. And when I came back to Minnesota, I realized that not many people knew about the ocean and marine life. So I thought that it would be a good idea to start sharing that awareness to my friends, my family, and my teachers and my community. So I started doing presentations within my school about oceans, marine life, ocean conservation, why the ocean is important, especially inland, since we're so far away from the ocean. And after a while, I thought it would be even better if we could go and present about oceans and marine life to other schools. Um, so I talked to my parents and other experts that I met along the way about this idea, and that's the idea behind why Eon for Ocean started, is that we can really spread that awareness about oceans and ocean conservation to primarily the inland community and focusing on empowering kids to make a difference within their community. We started in 2017 and we're 100% volunteer run. Um, so really focusing on spreading awareness about oceans and ocean conservation within the inland community. So some of our key initiatives. We have our free school presentations and community events. This is a huge part of what we do at EN for Ocean and is one of our core programs. We also have our free virtual reality programs for schools. Um, these provide more of an immersive experience to complement our school presentations and community events. And we also have hands-on activities that go with these virtual reality programs. Um, we also have our Krill to Whale Youth and Teacher Ambassador Program, which is another core aspect of what we do at Eon for Ocean. And then we also have comics, which I'll be showing a few examples of later. These are stories about our three mascots, Smarty, Dave, and Finn, um, and just sort of spreading the message about different ways that people can help protect the oceans through a more fun and kid-friendly way. We also have our social media. We do social media ocean awareness campaigns. Um, we also have newsletters. Our monthly newsletters include information like Spotlight Species, Spotlight Science, Spotlight Careers, and different ways that people can really make a difference within their community. Uh, we also have many other educational resources on our website that you can access, open source. So, like I was saying, school presentations are one of the key aspects of our program. Um, we have many types of presentations. We do ocean education presentations. We've done Earth Day presentations, recycling presentations, and just anything that can really help spread awareness about the oceans. Um, is really important. So our main presentation that we use, that we started when we started Eon for Ocean, this is the primary presentation that we used. It's called the Oceans and Us presentation. And this presentation contains information on what the oceans are, marine life in the oceans, so sort of showing people like the different living animals in the oceans, the creatures in the ocean, so that they can really get that more personal connection that I was talking about. Um, so it's more meaningful to them. And then why oceans are important, especially in inland communities, because when you're inland, the ocean is such a faraway concept. It's sometimes hard to realize the impact that you have on the ocean and that the ocean has on you. So really showing how any small action you do inland can impact the ocean. Like even if you put pollution in the road or in one of our lakes, it'll eventually end up in the ocean through storm drains or surface runoff or things like that. Then we also talk about problems facing the oceans. These range from climate change, pollution, overfishing. We even talk about like lack of awareness. That's a big problem currently because a lot of people don't know about the ocean and don't know how they can help protect the ocean, even if it's small changes in their everyday lifestyle. And then also how landlocked communities can help. We talk a lot about how we impact the ocean, how things we do can impact the ocean, but we really try to focus on showing people inland how, even though they're so far away from the ocean, they can make small changes in their lifestyle and their everyday habits that can help protect the ocean and make every small difference count. So another key program that we have is our Krill to Whale Ambassador program. So our Krill to Whale Ambassador program is something that we started when we started Eon for Ocean, really focused on the idea of kids teaching kids about spreading awareness um, within their community to their friends, their family, their teachers, and just to their peers. So we call it the Krill to Whale program because we thought of it as the krills, the kids, sharing knowledge about oceans and ocean conservation to adults, the whales, and also learning about the smallest marine creature krill to the biggest whales. So really covering that vast range of awareness that people can spread about oceans and ocean conservation. And then also the krills, the kids, making a whale of a difference to help protect the ocean. Um, so within this, we have two main sub-programs, the Youth Ambassador Program and the Teacher Ambassador Program. The Youth Ambassador Program is the program that we started when we started Eon for Ocean, really, like I was saying, focusing on kids, educating kids and adults about oceans and ocean conservation. So some of the main focuses of this program is helping people learn about the marine ecosystem and ways to protect it. So sort of spreading that awareness again, increasing awareness about the ocean, and really empowering kids to serve as a leader in their local community to champion ocean and environment conservation. Um, our goal is also to provide a space for young children, young kids to pass on knowledge and enthusiasm about oceans and ocean conservation to their friends, their family, and their community. We really focus on kids educating other people because for two main reasons. One is when a kid comes to an adult and talks about their passion, they're usually better received than if another adult comes and talks about, say, ocean conservation and marine life. Um, we also really focus on kids educating other people because um, when you're young, it's really easy. It's helpful to instill that sense of protecting the oceans and taking steps towards ocean conservation so that we can protect our oceans for this generation and other generations to come. However, as we did this program more, we realized that we ran into some obstacles. One of the main ones was a liability issue, a liability challenge with uh, having kids go and talk about oceans and ocean conservation in their school and other schools as part of our organization, because it would require adult consent, whether it be parents, teachers, guardians, etc. And that created some obstacles in the way of like really expanding the program to make it an efficient way of spreading awareness about oceans and ocean conservation. So learning from that, a more recent sub-program that we started is the Teacher Ambassador Program. This program really supports teachers in empowering the youth within their community, and we provide free ocean education curriculum to use in classrooms. This curriculum includes things from Canvas curriculums. We have Canvas curriculums for various age groups from lower school and middle school We currently have a program for middle school and we're working on one for elementary school. And the best part is that all of these programs are based on the national science standards, which really provide a better framework for teachers to use in their classrooms and a more structured framework. And we also we also provide like handouts and hands-on activities for teachers to use. And these can be used in not only like classroom, but the teachers can use these to start clubs or groups of kids who are passionate about oceans and ocean conservation. Um, we also offer these resources to students under those teachers who are interested and passionate about sharing marine life and ocean awareness within their community. So another big program that we have is our virtual reality program. This is one thing that we started more recently. Um, so as we did more presentations, we realized that a lot of people have never seen the ocean, especially inland, or think of it as more of a concept, especially since it's so far away. With this in mind, we went to the EarthX conference, and there we met Dr. Erica Woolsey from the Hydrus and Stanford's Virtual Human Interaction Lab. Um, and we had the opportunity to receive virtual reality material from her. This virtual reality material is sort of a 9-minute short film that describes coral bleaching, problems facing the ocean, really geared towards showing the impact that we have on the oceans, especially inland. And this is used to complement the Oceans and Us presentations to provide a more immersive experience, to sort of almost bring the ocean inland, um, so that people can really relate and understand what's happening in the oceans. And this also includes hands-on activities related to coral bleaching. You can see a couple images here. We have sample 3D printed corals that Dr. Woolsey graciously provided us, and when exposed to hot water, these basically simulate bleaching. So that's a really cool way to show people inland, especially I've never seen coral or coral bleaching, really show what's going on when the ocean warms up, sort of showing the impact of climate change, which a lot of people know about, but it's sometimes hard for them to see exactly what the impact it has. So as time went on, the pandemic came along, and with the pandemic, we weren't really able to do as many in-person activities like the ones I was talking about, presentations, virtual reality, and all of that. So we decided to switch our focus more to online means of outreach and spreading awareness. So we started using social media, newsletters, and really focusing on our website. But we were still trying to find a more kid-friendly way to reach the younger audience and spread that awareness about oceans and ocean conservation. So we decided to start doing comics. Comics are really helpful because they provide a more fun and interactive way for people to learn about problems facing the ocean and how they can help. Um, these are adventures of our three mascots, Smarty, Dave, and Finn. Smarty represents Granny the Orca, who, as you know, sadly passed away in 2016. So Smarty is a way of sort of paying respect to that and also sort of continuing that legacy. Dave is more of a fun and playful bottlenose dolphin. And Finn is sort of almost a hero because in Monterey Bay especially, there's many examples of humpback whales coming to save baby gray whales from orca attacks. So really showing that. So those are our three mascots, and these comics are really adventures that they have. And these comics really show different ways that people can help protect the oceans. Um, Whether it be the middle one you can see is our Oceans Day comic, signing the Common Sense Plastic Pledge, which we have on our website. Sorry about that. Which we have on our website and is a way for people to help reduce single-use plastics. And also we're working on a comic about oil spills. So sort of taught using this more kid-friendly outlet to showcase different issues that the ocean faces and ways that we can help protect the ocean. Another big component of our online program is interviews with experts. We've had the privilege of interviewing many different experts in the field, with careers from neuroscientists to scientific illustrators, musicians, oceanographers, and veterinary medicine. These really help community members learn about various fields within marine science, because when you think about careers in marine science, a lot of people think marine scientist, oceanographer, etc. But there's so many other fields that you can go into, like I mentioned, neuroscientists, scientific illustrators. And it really shows what field to study for each career that you want to go into, and really shows what the challenges are and some of the benefits of going into various careers. Uh, Here you can see some examples. We've done over 10 interviews with various experts across the globe, about really what they do in their day-to-day work to sort of showcase that vast range of career options for people who want to go into ocean conservation. We also have many community events. Um, these events include beach cleanups. Beach cleanups are a huge thing that we started when we started Eon for Ocean in the summer. We would go to, especially since inland, uh, when you think of beach cleanups, you think of like going to the ocean and picking up trash on the beach. But beach cleanups, we really focus on going to our lakes, because showing that the trash we put in our lakes really goes to the ocean. So picking up the trash at our lakes really helps prevent the pollution in the ocean. Um, so beach cleanups are a big thing. We've been doing them at various local lakes throughout the time we've been doing Eon for Ocean. We've also done giving events, showcasing our nonprofit at local forums, STEM expos, similar. Um, Earth Day recycling event for an Earth Day a couple of years ago, we did a recycling event where people would put like e-waste and all of that to sort of help promote and spread awareness about recycling and how it can help protect the ocean. Storm drain stenciling, a lot of what we do is showing that people inland, if they put even trash like on the roadside or something like that, when the rain comes, it'll wash that trash into the storm drains, and all of these storm drains eventually go to the ocean. So we did a stenciling event where we put signs that sort of showed that don't throw trash here, this goes to the ocean, sort of spreading that awareness again. And we also have our first Lego League partnership. We recently did an event where we talked about ocean exploration and all of that to help spread awareness to the younger community, especially who are interested in going into ocean conservation. We've also done various conferences throughout the years at Eon for Ocean, and we also have various other partnerships. So going off conferences, we recently did the Oceans 2024 Halifax Conference. Eon for Ocean did a poster presentation about ocean education and what we do. Um, we had the opportunity and privilege to learn about various technologies that are helping ocean exploration and conservation. Um, you can see a few examples here. One of my favorites from the conference is the Slocum glider, which basically uses hydraulics to sort of control the buoyancy of the glider to um, change the altitude in the water, which I think is really cool. We also talked with Ocean Networks Canada. They do some cool stuff about how we can use data to help to further ocean conservation. And it's all open source, which is really cool. So yeah, we were able to connect with experts in the field from across the globe. Um, and were able to bring back ideas to share with the local community. Um, Basically taking these ideas, and another really cool one is the Esri story maps, which is really cool for especially spreading awareness within our local community, because you're able to really show visually the impact that we have on the ocean. The story maps are basically ways for you to visualize, say, the change in global temperature or the ocean currents on a map and really go through that step-by-step process of showing um, what our impact is. We also have our first LEGO League partnership that I was talking about. This year's theme is submerged. So it's basically Team FLL. For the first LEGO League, a little bit of background is a competition, an US-based competition that really shows where people create teams of middle schoolers and lower schoolers to create robots that accomplish missions. And this year's theme is submerged, so really creating these ocean-inspired models. And through the first LEGO League, there's also a part called the Innovation Project. And this is basically where you're supposed to create an innovation, that can be used in the real world that's related to oceans and that can help protect oceans and further ocean conservation. So we talked about why oceans are important, especially inland, because for this first LEGO League season, um, since it's focused on oceans, it's much more of a concept for a lot of people. Um, so really showing what the impact we have on the ocean and how we can help protect it even from inland. And then why ocean exploration, sort of demonstrating why it's important to explore the oceans, showing that only like 5% of the ocean is currently explored um, and only 20% of it is mapped. So really showing why we need to explore more of the ocean. We also discussed some challenges with ocean exploration, like the complexity. The ocean is an extreme place, so describing the extreme and harsh conditions like intense pressure, temperatures, low visibility. Um, and also we did a virtual reality and photogrammetry activity to learn about coral reefs and bleaching. Um, so we had our virtual reality headsets, and we basically showed the immerse clip to sort of show the teams what happens in the ocean with coral bleaching. And then we had the activity that I was talking about earlier, um, of having that hot water and showing what happens to the coral once it's put into contact with hot water, showing that it bleaches, and really showing how people can help make a difference. Um, We also have a Happy Whale collaboration. Happy Whale it engages citizen scientists to identify individual marine mammals for fun and for science. And this really helps create personal connections because now it's almost like you know the whale personally, so you have more of an investment in helping protect it. Um, Eon for Ocean actually has a really personal story with this. Some of you might know Fran and Aria. Fran was a really popular whale in the Monterey Bay area in California. And a couple years ago, she sadly passed away due to a ship strike near Half Moon Bay in San Francisco. And her calf was left alone. So we had the privilege of adopting her. Young for Ocean adopted Aria. Um, and I had the great privilege of naming Arya. And Arya, it basically means a couple things. Um, Arya is another way of saying like courage, um, to show like all that Arya has been through. She also has Orca marks on her fluke, so sort of showing how she made it through all of that and is still alive today. Um, and it also means song, showing the beauty and grace of the humpback whale. And some good news is that Arya has been cited many times this year. Um, and it's been a couple years since the incident, so we're really happy that she's still alive and thriving. Uh, and then we also have partnerships with other nonprofits. We have an ongoing partnership with Guided Opportunities, which is a nonprofit based in Honduras that provides enrichment activities, after school activities to underprivileged kids in Honduras. And we share our ocean and marine life lesson plans um, sort of going off of what I was saying earlier with the teacher ambassador program, some of those similar materials, these handouts, we also have handouts. We also have a board game that you can see here, sort of providing that more fun way for people to learn about oceans and marine life. We're also collaborating on translating our materials into Spanish. We're hoping that, first of all, this can really help with the people in Honduras, helping them understand it a little better. And also, it helps us reach a wider community across the globe. So sort of taking out that language barrier. So how far have we sung? So our impact. I was talking about presentations earlier. So we've done presentations to grades from pre-kindergarten to graduate students. And we have various presentations catered towards different age groups. We have pre-K to, we have our lower school presentation that's more kid-friendly, kid-related. Then we have our middle school. It's a little bit more complex. And then graduate, we talk about some of the more detailed initiatives about ocean conservation. So in 2018, you can see that we did a total of 600, we presented to a total of 649 students in grades from pre-kindergarten to 11th grade. In 2019, we presented to 766 students from pre-kindergarten to graduate student. And in 2020, we presented to 136 fifth and sixth graders. So in total, so far, we've done 1,551 students we presented to. One thing to notice is that this data cuts off at 2020. That's because the pandemic came along and we weren't able to do as many presentations. And then even after the pandemic, a lot of schools were still short-staffed on teachers. So they're trying to focus on some of the more basic things. But we're working on getting that back, and we have presentations lined up for this year. So we're really looking forward to that. And then we have, it's not going, okay. We also have our beach cleanups. We've done beach cleanups at 4 different lakes locally in the 2018 and 2019 season. We've had 69 volunteers in the 2018 season and 85 volunteers in the 2019 season. In total, in the 2018 season at Round Lake, we picked up 1,208 pieces of trash. At Riley Lake, we picked up 1,222 pieces of trash. At Starring Lake, we picked up 809 pieces of trash. And at Miller Park, we picked up 1,681 pieces of trash. And that was just during the 2018 season. And during the 2019 season, we had similar numbers, 1,107 for Round Lake, 996 for Riley Lake, and 828 for Starring Lake. So in total, we picked up approximately 2,000 for each lake that we went to. So about over 7,000 pieces of trash total. And again, you can see the data cuts off at 2019 due to the pandemic. We started doing a few beach cleanups this summer, and we're going into more next summer. So really picking back up our in-person activities. So a little bit before I show the data on our social media, a little bit about what we do in social media. We have social media ocean awareness campaigns. These are like our art contests. We sort of do a contest where we ask people to submit drawings or designs for robots or ROVs, and we give out prizes. These really help people learn more about oceans in the process of drawing and creating those designs. We also share stories about marine life, ocean habitat, and conservation. You can see one of them, one of the examples here, sort of showing like about sea sponges and stories about sea sponges. And we have many other stories. You can check out our social media pages if you want to see more of them. And these are all accessible through our website too. We also, on every Earth Day and Oceans Day, we have special posts, and we also encourage people to take our Common Sense Plastic Pledge, which is a pledge we have you can access through our website as well. And it's a pledge that um, encourages you to reduce your single-use plastics because single-use plastics are extremely harmful to the environment because once they end up in the ocean, they pretty much never decompose and usually they end up on our plates. So really reducing the use of our single-use plastics. And then we also have marine and ocean conservation related career highlights. So similar to the interviews, just in the form of like social media. Again, careers from neuroscientists to illustrators and more. And that's just like scratching the surface of what we do on social media. You can see so much more. You can access our social media through our website or just search Eon for Ocean and you can see a lot more of that. So for our social media, we use platforms like Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. Facebook, our frequency of published content, we're above the 75th percentile, so that's good. We using regression, we calculated our projected visits per month by January 2025 is 256 visits per month. Our current reach per month is 402.33. Um, our our followers, this may have increased since this data was put together, but our followers at the time of this data was 545, and it's growing at a rate of about 80 plus 80 per year. And our first post was December 2017, sort of announcing the launch of our nonprofit. And we also have our Instagram, so you can see a graph of our projected reach since last October, if I'm remembering correctly. But our projected reach by January 2025 is 231. Our visits per month is about 32.7. Our followers at the time of this data was 218, and our first post was November 2019, sort of talking about the launch of our nonprofit and the creation of our Instagram account, etc. And then we also have our newsletters. Like I was saying earlier, these newsletters include data like Spotlight Science, Spotlight Species, Spotlight Careers, and ways that people can join Eon for Ocean to make a difference within their communities. And so here you can see the graph of like the open rate and click rate versus like the industry average open rate. So you can see our open rate is consistently higher than the average open rate. Um, so that's a good sign. It means that a lot of people read our newsletters. You can also sign up for the newsletter on our website, which is eonforocean.org, AEONFOROCEAN.org. And so how can you help? So we've talked a lot about what we do, how we provide materials to help people spread awareness within the inland community and how we do that. But now, how can you help make a difference to spread awareness within your community? So for one, you can learn more about oceans and marine life. Again, really learning more so that you can spread awareness about oceans and ocean conservation to your friends, your families, your communities. And you can also spread the word about Eon for Ocean so that more people can learn about ways in which they can spread awareness about oceans and ocean conservation, especially inland, sort of showing how people can make an impact on the ocean. You can also become a Krill2L youth and teacher ambassador. You can find more information on our website, or we'll be having our contact details later in this presentation. You can also take our Common Sense Plastic Pledge, like I was talking about earlier. This here you can see the Common Sense Plastic Pledge. It basically has our mascots talking about different reasons why single-use plastics aren't great, and also ways to help reduce single-use plastics. So this pledge basically encourages you to reduce your single-use plastics. You can also join a local beach cleanups. We recently did one in Florida, and we're working on broadening our reach throughout the US and abroad. So we'll be having local beach cleanups. Um, for this year, we're slowly we'll be getting more of those later this year and next year. So you can join a local beach cleanup. You can use a sustainable seafood guide. There we have many on our website. These basically show which fish and crab and all the seafood, which seafood are sustainably fished. So it's not like, so we're protecting against like overfishing and unsustainable seafood practices. Um, and you can also avoid theme parks holding animals captive because that's a big issue with oceans and ocean conservation is animal captivity. I won't go too much into that because I can talk for hours about that. But just, yeah, that's another way you can help support and protect oceans. And you can also stay connected with us to our social media platforms, LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook, and all of that. And yeah, so that's all I have for now. I want to take this moment to really thank Mrs. Teresa and Mr. Scott Mercer and the KGUA radio. And also all of our volunteers for the really amazing and wonderful work they do, and also the experts from Dr. Cheeseman, Dr. Lori Marino, Yuko Gorder, Cheryl Procaccini, Marcy Jenner, and Dr. Cecile Gasper, and many others who've helped us throughout the journey. So yeah.
You've been listening to the voice of Eon Bashir, and it's spelled Aeon. He's the founder, chief krill of Eon for Ocean. He is doing some amazing things for classes and students, teachers all over the country. Tree, you were a teacher for over 35 years.
Yes.
I'd like to hear from you what you thought about all of the things that young Ian and young adult Ian told us.
I am so highly impressed by what your organization has created and the tools that are available to both students as well as teachers. You have made me want to unretire and go back into the classroom and use your materials to teach about the ocean. You really have. I think I'm going to have to unretire right now and get back into the classroom because I know of the resources that would be available for me to use. They really are. I know you're very humble, but they are outstanding. I do have the ability to to analyze materials that I use in teaching. And as these were going across your slides today, Ian, I mean, I can see how useful and how meaningful they would be to kids, from your comics to your virtual reality. All of it is incredibly well done and very useful. And I'm so appreciative. I don't know how you have time to learn other subjects and to do. I know you play the cello. Is that correct?
Yeah.
With all that you've presented today, this is obviously it's your passion and it really shows in the quality of what you've produced.
Thank you. And that's also a lot of credit to our volunteers because they're the ones. We have a lot of teachers on our team who really understand what's really needed to help get the message across to kids, inland especially, sort of showing the impact. So a lot of credit to the amazing work that our volunteers do. Yeah. So
I
really
like
credit
the
for
way
them.
too that you offer some examples of careers that others can, young adults and young people can go into, because I remember growing up, we weren't really presented with a lot of these options. We didn't really know we had these choices, but you're giving them options. Not only that, but you're giving them samples, how it works, what would entail. I think that is so important for young people to understand what options they've got. That,
Yeah.
it really is.
Mhm.
So
Yes.
thank you for that. And all the people that are supporting you, it's obvious. I mean, even when you're looking at your social media efforts and the way you analyze your social media efforts, I mean, that's a whole other area of effort. And then you see what is working and what is not, and then you can follow through. But these are things you're way advanced for your years and learning a lot of this kind of technology and data and terminology. But it is so helpful because it's coming from you, a young man who is the next generation, the leaders of our world. And it's going to be up to people like you to help us make a difference on this planet. And I want to hear again from you and Scott and Tree Mercer, the Mendonoma whale and seal study, who founded this Ocean Life Symposium that we have been doing today. Young Ian Bashir is our last guest speaker today. Then we're going to go back to regular programming at the top of the hour, but we have about 15 minutes to talk a little bit more about what he's been doing. And then I want to hear from both Scott and Tree about the beginning of this symposium.
Sure. Ian, how do you get the word out to, let's say there's our local elementary school right here in our community here on the coast. How would they know about you and what you have to offer?
So when we started Ocean, that was one of our big obstacles, really outreach, sort of getting the word out. Um, so locally, it's become much easier. You can just email a teacher and be like, "We have this content. Would you like to use it?" But abroad, it's really helpful. One of the main ways we use it is like social media. Is a great way for people to learn about what we do. Um, Also, conferences are really helpful because they allow us to network with people all across the globe. So really showing them how they can learn more. And then our website is also a great place to learn about what we do. We also have a lot of resources there, and our contact information, so people can always reach out to us. And we're always open to share our materials with them for them to use.
That website is profound in all the information that it offers. And did I see in one of those slides that it was over 1,500 conferences you've been at?
Over 1,500. So we've done 1,500 pieces.
Presentations.
So we've done, yeah, presentations, yeah.
Okay. But you've been to a lot of conferences in the past. I mean, I was impressed with the ones you've been to already. Do you have some in the future that you're going to be heading towards?
So we're planning next year. We're hoping to be a part of the Oceans 2025 conference in Chicago, because that's going to be really helpful for because since it's inland, we can really expand our network to include all of the people who do really great work inland about spreading awareness, so we can get their contacts. And we're also always looking for more opportunities to spread awareness about oceans and ocean conservation.
As a matter of fact, that's how we met at a conference,
Yeah.
about 7 years ago, and it was the American Cetacean Society conference. And I think there might be one scheduled for next year, Ian. Maybe you can also go to that. That would
Oh,
be
yeah.
wonderful if we could reconnect in person there. And tell us a little bit more about your experience in Halifax.
Yeah, so that was a really amazing experience. I got to learn about a lot of the cool new technology that's being used for the oceans. So Eon for Ocean, as I mentioned, we did do a poster presentation. So we talked about what we do at Eon for Ocean, our key initiatives, etc. And we got to meet a lot of experts from across the globe, from places like Canada to Iceland, to even like Japan. So really broadening our network. And a lot of what we did at the Oceans 24 Halifax was really networking with people so that we can showcase what they're doing, especially to the inland community. So showing the opportunities and the different ways that people can go to help make a difference in ocean conservation, whether it be engineering or architecture or data science. A huge part of the Oceans 24 conference was about big data and using that data to help make a difference in protecting the oceans, and really just widening that range of awareness that people inland have about oceans and ocean conservation.
I mean, I say it all the time too. I mean, it's every second breath. That's why the oceans are so important and why we're raising awareness about all these different aspects of the ocean. And you are doing everything you can to help the next generation really learn about why it's so important. This is what we breathe. The oxygen is created there. It's also a cycle of life for all of this whole planet. It's interconnectedness. And you are educating kids about oceans and marine life. We really applaud you for the work that you're doing and the ocean cleanup that you've been doing, just hands-on, getting out there and doing what you can with others. Do you have others that you have planned coming up of ocean cleanup?
Um, we recently did a couple over this summer in Minnesota. At least we're hoping to do a lot more next summer. Again, part of our transition back to more in-person activities. And we're also trying to broaden the range of our beach cleanups. As I mentioned, we did one in Florida recently. So we're really hoping to broaden not just like locally in Minnesota, but sort of going all around the US and even around the globe. So I'm really hoping to broaden that, especially with our volunteers and the amazing work that they do. So.
I saw in your statistics, Ian, that each year, your viewers, your participants, the numbers keep increasing, and that it really does indicate, how effective your programs are and how successful you are at reaching and motivating people to get involved. So I was very impressed with those numbers. Each year went up by 80, it went up by a certain number. So what you're doing is working, and I just encourage you to continue that. You have the challenge, like you said, of being inland, and that is not easy, to convince people that who are landlocked that they are indeed connected to the ocean and why it's important to learn about it and to protect it. So, your task is even harder, I think, than coastal, where we look at the ocean every single day. So I think that's all really great. And another thing I'm very impressed with is about you preparing these materials in Spanish. That's very helpful. That's going to be, is that difficult to get people to translate these materials for you, or how's that?
So a big part of that has been partnering with the guided opportunities in Honduras, since they mainly speak Spanish there. So it's much easier to collaborate with them to help translate our materials into Spanish. I think I had a few examples of like Spanish materials on the slides. But I think that's also really helpful because a lot of people might be more fluent in Spanish than in English. So
Exactly.
really not making it sort of that if you don't speak English, it's harder for you to understand why the ocean is important. So sort of broadening that, broadening the range of people that we can access and reach, and broadening the amount of people that can help make a difference to help protect the oceans.
Hmm?
I think that you and Scott got him in connection with the Inland Ocean Coalition in
Mhm.
Boulder, Colorado.
Yeah.
Did you make a connection there?
I've still yet to send an email to them because with the conference and all of that, but
Oh,
I'm
you've been a
hoping
little
to
busy, yes.
I'm hoping to reach out to them later.
Yeah,
Well, go ahead, Tree. What were you going to say?
I just thought maybe Scott would like to tell Ian how he first met Ted Cheeseman of Happy Whale. So I know that you interact with Ted Cheeseman. I believe he just recently earned his PhD. So it's Dr. Cheeseman. How did you first meet him?
He was just a little younger than you are now. And I was in New England, in Maine, running some trips out of New Hampshire. And Ted's family here in California went to New Hampshire because they had a friend lived right by the University of New Hampshire. And they decided to go on a whale watch trip. And the person they were staying with knew about my trips because we were the only ones in the area at the time. And they came down and his father went looking for me, and we were talking to his dad, Doug, and he had this little boy with him. The whole family was there, but little boy and his sister were there, sisters there, and I was introduced at the time to Teddy, but don't call him that.
Okay.
Teddy's out now, it's Ted. And we stayed in touch with his family all those years. He was 10. I heard him telling people once that I showed him his first breaching humpback at the age of 10. He was somewhere around that age, and he recently sent me an email that he had made a match with a whale that I probably knew off the coast of New England that he took on one of my other trips when he was all grown up at 14, your age. So and that's how we met, was on whale watching trips, and because his parents had a friend who knew about me, and I had taught at the University of New Hampshire too. So they came down to meet me and also go on the trips. I couldn't believe how enthusiastic his dad was. If you spent much time talking to Ted, he inherited that.
Yeah.
And his father was like the icon of Southern California enthusiasm at the time. And he got on a boat with him, and he was stoked about everything.
Well, I want to let our audiences know that you're listening to the voice now of Scott Mercer of Mendonoma Whale and Seal Study, one of the founders of this Ocean Life Symposium. And Scott began studying marine mammals in 1974 in Monterey Bay. And that was with an extended study of the feeding ecology of sea otters. And then after relocating to his native New England in 1978, Scott founded New England Whale Watch and had the opportunity to offer firsthand ocean life education to the public, like he's been talking about, and for him to collect data on the whales being observed. And you recently were interviewed for your role as a pioneer in Atlantic coast whale watching by NOAA, by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, as part of the history of the whale watching industry in New England. And speaking of Nova Scotia, you were co-founder of the Briar Island Ocean Study, which was is a research station in Nova Scotia, and you led offshore and overnight excursions to the Atlantic Outer Continental Shelf in the Caribbean, Nova Scotia and Newfoundland, Canada. So, Scott, I just wanted to go back to some of the history of you and then how you and Tree got together. You then created the Mendonoma Whale and Seal Study to document the occurrence, diversity, and behavior of marine mammals along the coast from northern Sonoma County to Mendocino County, but you were covering both coasts up until recently, and you've presented at many conferences yourself.
Yeah, drop in the bucket compared to what Ian was talking about, what he's done. Seriously.
For sure. Yeah, when I did retire from teaching and I wanted to spend at least 3 months on this coast, Scott said, well, we need something to do other than to hike along the bluff, which was fine with me. But then we discovered we could see whales right from the bluff, right from shore. And you didn't need a boat to go out on to see whales. And we said we were going to be here for the gray whale migration. And he said, would you like to do a daily census of the migrating whales? And I said, sure, I would love that. And that's how it all began back in 2014. We sat out every day, and we still do when the weather and the ocean conditions are favorable. And we sit there and we count the whales, we note their behaviors, we write down other marine mammals that we might happen to see, like the humpbacks and the occasional orcas, fin whales, blue whales, the very sneaky minke whale might go by every now and then. So that's how it all began.
Well, we're at the last couple of minutes here of the 6th Annual Ocean Life Symposium. Thank you for starting this 6 years ago, to the two of you. If you want to just make a little statement about that, and then we're going to say goodbye to Ian Bashir of Ian for Ocean. Thank you for joining us today on the Ocean Life Symposium.
Thank you for having me. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye. You've been listening to KGUA in Wallala 88.3 FM, and take it away, Scott and Tree.
Want me to read it?
Yeah.
Okay, so the history of the Ocean Life Symposium, it first began in 2019 as a live event in person at the Matheson Auditorium at Mendocino High School. At that time, it was held over 2 days, a Friday evening and all day on Saturday. The organizing committee for the very first symposium consisted of Thais Mizor. She's been a longtime ocean and social activist. Andy Wellspring, who at the time was a faculty member at Mendocino High School. Nicole Paisley Martinson, she was with the Surfrider Foundation.
An environmental artist.
And an environmental artist, that's correct. We had done a show here at Wallala Arts about 4 years ago. And Scott and myself of Mendonoma Whale and Seal Study. Then in 2020, when the COVID pandemic hit and an in-person event was no longer an option, KGUA Radio graciously agreed to host the symposium on the radio, as well as carrying it live on their YouTube channel. This format allowed us to include speakers from across the nation via Zoom, and it was so successful that we have been presenting it this way ever since.
Thank you for that. Thanks to both of you. We are now at the 2:00 hour. Thanks to everyone for listening, for watching on YouTube. And you can watch this again from the very beginning. And we will also be proportioning it out into segments for the Resilient Earth radio and podcasts that we've got now on most all podcast platforms. And Scott and Tree co-produce and co-host that show and podcast with me as well. I'm Leigh Anne Lindsey, and this is KGUA in Wallala 88.3 FM. Goodbye to you both. Thank you again for another great Ocean Life Symposium.
Thank you, Leigh Anne.
Thank you, Leigh Anne, for willing to try this and take it on.
You're welcome. I've enjoyed the past 5 years of doing this. It's been a lot of fun, especially when you said we could go live YouTube from Zoom. I went, okay, I'll figure that out.
Yep.
Thanks, everybody. Take care. And we will be talking to you soon. We're going to head into KQED's forum